Welcome to Two Giant Goofballs, a New York Giants podcast. Are you a goofball that loves Giants football? If so, sit back and relax as we talk about the team that both excites and frustrates us so much. And now, here are your goofball hosts, Drew and Rob.
Welcome, fellow goofballs, to Two Giant Goofballs, a New York Giants podcast. I am Drew, soon to be joined here by Rob, who's just finishing getting ready, guys. But listen, we say we start at 7 o'clock. It's 7 o'clock. We are here, damn it. At least one of us. We're here-ish. So, but yeah, guys, we got the second night here, of course, of the the NFL draft here. Let's be honest, it's not going to be nearly as eventful tonight as it was last night for the Giants. We got one pick left after trading back into the first round here, giving up our second round pick, our second of our third round picks, and next year's third to go up back into the first to go get Jaxson yesterday, guys. But listen, there's still plenty of moves that can happen. There's still the chance the Giants, who knows, maybe make another move at that point there. But at least one new person today will probably be a Giant, assuming they don't trade this down from this pick. And then obviously start back up again tomorrow with a whole bunch of new picks, including an early one in there, the fourth round. So that's one thing I want people to recognize is that people were acting as if we gave up like one of the only premium picks we had, guys. We gave up a pick that was barely in the third. We have another one, very early on in the fourth. So, listen, in the end, I've said it last night. I'll say it again. The Giants were literally the best team in the draft yesterday. And I say that because we went out and got the guy who, listen, I got my questions on him. The injury questions are there. The attitude questions are there. But you got a guy that most people in this draft had as the top player in this entire draft. And you got him pick 3. Then you go up into the draft. Only have to give up 2 third-round picks, basically, because I don't include the second because you gave up the second to move back into the first. Gave up 2 third-round picks. One this year, that's barely a third, and one next year. And you went ahead and got the best quarterback in your eyes that you could have gotten. Because I know I'm not a Jaxson fan. I'm not going to reverse on that. But it doesn't matter what I'm a fan of. It matters what the Giants are a fan of. The other one's got to coach him. The other one's got to figure out where he's going to go, what he's going to do. So, listen, that to me, they won the night. I know, call me a homer, call me whatever, but they won the night there, so I'm okay with it. Again, we do have one pick here left. It's pick 65, which is the very first pick of the third round. So, literally, right in the middle of the broadcast today, guys, we'll have our first selection here. Deb says, did you hear the Rams were interested in Dart? I've read yes or no. Everything I see says yes. I've read the yes. I've also seen the reports point blank saying that, Jaxson Dart saying he spent the most time in this draft process with Sean McVay and Brian Dable. I also heard point blank that the Rams weren't the only ones, that the Saints were interested in moving up and the Browns were interested in moving up for Jaxson Dart. Let's got to look at the fact that, hell, the Rams really traded down themselves after the Giants made their pick. So, tells you, plan got a little, blown up in the process there. To me, the Rams were going to take Jaxson Dart. The Giants went up and, went ahead and got, the Giants moved up and got their guy. We didn't let the Rams go ahead and take him. They wanted the quarterback. They got the quarterback. And I love it. I really do, guys. Again, I don't love the quarterback. Again, I don't think Jaxson Dart is that great. I don't think he's that special per se. But I love the fact the Giants had the conviction to go out there and get the guy they thought was the best quarterback available to them in the entire draft. Cam Ward, notwithstanding they couldn't have gotten him. They tried. I heard they've been offered up next year's first-round pick and other picks to go ahead and get him. And the Titans weren't going to budge. That's what you'd expect. I don't think anybody really expected them to budge there. So, like I said, great day as far as I'm concerned. We're starting off today with the Cleveland Browns on the clock. And listen, this is a big story here is obviously Shedeur Sanders right now having a huge collapse. You go from a guy that literally was thought of as being a top 5 pick in this draft, top 3 pick in the draft even. And now instead he's sitting there round 2. Now there's a lot of things going around today that Shedeur Sanders did not do very well in the interview process from what I heard with Brian Daboll. Brian Daboll gave him some homework on some things he wanted him to learn about their offense, had to install different things, and in the meeting, he clearly didn't do the work. If that's the case, then you can't blame the Giants. Like, we asked you to do something, you didn't do it. You know, think about at a job interview, someone's like, hey, why don't you make sure you're fluent in this, because this is a big part of the job to make sure you understand blank. And then you don't learn blank. And you go to the job interview, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Of course they're not going to hire you. It's the same thing, guys. The same exact thing. They're not going to hire somebody who didn't even put the work in for the interview. So I can't blame them at all. I really can't. And Jaxson Dart, clearly, by all accounts, is a guy who did the homework, is a hardworking guy, is the guy that is a positive influence overall in the locker room. And I know somebody say, oh, Shedeur Sanders, the teammates like him. Yeah, teammates might like him. But if he's not willing to put in the work, that's part of the influence. Whether you want to be or not, as a quarterback, you are the leader of your locker room by default. Think of how many teams put the quarterback as their captain. Even teams that don't have a good quarterback, they put the quarterback as the captain. You're the leader by default. Is that who you want to be a leader? A guy who wasn't willing to put the work in for an interview. Can you be confident he would do it if he was actually drafted? So, you know, it is what it is. And I like Shedeur Sanders. I think the talent's there. I'm not a hater of Shedeur Sanders. But I can't blame the team for not wanting to draft him if he's not willing to put the work in for the interview process. Just can't do it. So, but again, Browns are on the clock. Got about 4 minutes here left. And the big question is, would they go second round now and take Shedeur Sanders? You know, he's going to go at some point, guys. Someone's got to take him eventually. You know, but talk about it runs the risk of this being one of the biggest falls in history. If he gets out of the second round without being drafted, whew, that is a really bad, really bad, you know, look for him. You know, but there's a lot of good players, I feel like, you know, available in this draft still. Will Johnson is the one that comes to mind, corner from Michigan. We talked about him. I think he's the best corner this entire draft. He's got some medical issues that are causing him to drop. You know, it gets to the point where, you know what, sometimes you take the option and see what you got overall, you know, because sometimes you just have that risk you got to take. And if you're doing a round 2 and potentially getting a top 10 player in a draft, sometimes the risk is worthwhile. And again, you got to look at the medicals. You got to see what's going on there. Mike Green, the defensive end from Marshall, also still available. The guy that we talked about there is kind of one of the big school, little school guys that could be showing up big in the NFL, because I do like his tape overall. A little smaller. I have heard there's some personality issues that's causing him to drop as well. We still got both running backs from Ohio State will probably go in the second round. You know, Siobhan Ravel, the corner from East Carolina. Elijah Arroyo is, I think, is an interesting prospect as well, a tight end from Miami. I think he'll probably go here soon as well. So, like I said, a lot of good ones here. Deb asks, any good running backs that we will have a shot at? There's a lot of good running backs for us, guys. There's a lot of them. And I don't think that this is the spot to take it. It's not tonight. I think tomorrow is when you'll probably see a running back for the Giants. Unless they're one they're just absolutely smitten with. So you got, you know, both guys out of Ohio State are probably the next 2 off the board. I don't think the Giants have a shot in getting those guys. Caleb Johnson, obviously Iowa. We have his running backs coach from Iowa now as our coach. There's a connection there. Cam Scatabo is also available. Devin Neal, a guy from Kansas, a lot of people like. I'm looking further on down the line, though, guys. I'm looking much further on down the line. Again, I don't think we need to go get a potential number one. I think we need to get somebody who's a good, strong back to go along with what we already have with Tyrone Tracy there at that point. Tootin's an interesting option out of Virginia Tech. You got, let's see here. Who else we got? Jarquez Hunter is a guy I really like that at Auburn. You got, I'm probably mispronounce his name. I always do. One guy out of Rutgers. I know a lot of people like. I'm not as high on him as other people are, but I know there are people that are high on him. If you want to go strong back style specifically to be that complete like thunder and lightning there with Tyrone Tracy, Khalil Mellings out of Michigan, the guy who's a linebacker and converted over to be a running back. Raheem Sanders, that's a big running back there out of South Carolina. That's another good option there. Another wild card is Ollie Gordon, I think, still. Had a really bad 24, but had an amazing 23. So I do think that's an interesting option as well if we want to go for like a boom or bust kind of pick there later on this draft as well. But like I said, there's definitely a lot of running backs that fit the mold what we're looking for. But I think it's the tomorrow move. I think today the big thing is going to be defensive tackle for us. We'll see if I'm right. I could be 100% off on that, but that's what I see happening. Darius Alexander is still on the board at this point here. There's some people who think he'll go in the second round, some people in the third round. TJ Sanders out of South Carolina, Omar Norman a lot out of Tennessee, Alfred Collins out of Texas. There's a lot of pretty good players there that are still available. JJ Pukes out of Ole Miss, maybe go Ole Miss all over again, get 2 Rebels there. Deion Walker out of Kentucky. Like I said, this is one of those really strong positions here. And I think you're going to see probably that be the Giants' pick there if I had to pick a position. If I had to. Again, the big thing is you just don't know. You want to go ahead and see, what falls in your lap here, so to speak. By the way, as we're talking here about Giants options, and we got the first pick here tonight. Carson Swessinger, linebacker. Their linebacker, Wiki's calling him. He's more of like a linebacker that can do a little bit of everything there at a UCLA. Good pickup for them. You got to wonder. There was a rumor last night that the Eagles moved up the 1 pick with the Chiefs because somebody was trying to trade with the Chiefs there, and they got wind of it. I wonder if it was the Browns, because Jahad Campbell was a much better player, taking just 2 spots earlier there. Texas next up on the board. Here we go. Jaden Higgins out of Iowa State. So we'll see on him. That's a boomer bust kind of pick there. Guy like lit it up point blank on the at the combine there. So Iowa State, like I said, that's one of those schools that all of a sudden you got a whole bunch of people that are coming out, and again, kudos to them, because you don't think of Iowa State as the spot that players are going to come out of like that. 6'4", 215 pounds, guys. Last year, 1,183 yards for Iowa State. Big guy. This is kind of like the Mari Cooper kind of player at that point. Obviously, I don't think he's that good, but I'm saying that kind of player, a bigger one there. As there's an announcement of a trade, and then all of a sudden the NFL cuts to a commercial. Like, that makes a lot of sense. The Texans are on the the Titans are on the clock right now, it says. So let's see here. Let's see if I can find out what's going on in this NFL draft trade here. Since I can't believe they actually went ahead and just changed this out. And of course, they're still showing me the ones from yesterday. Let's see here. Let's see if we can get a little update here. Yep, still the Titans on the draft. So I don't know. Maybe they made a mistake there at that point showing that. Or maybe they're showing a video I missed from earlier on. But yeah. Should be a little more moving tonight, guys, by the way, which is always nice. You got twice the rounds. Usually it's about an hour more. It'll probably be on from like 7 to 11:30 or so. So you figure they definitely do go by a little quicker. That's one thing I hate about round one. This whole 10 minutes in between draft picks is just absolutely completely unnecessary. So glad to see we're going to go back to a regular speed here. So, all right, let's see here. So again, Titans are on the clock here, and you got to wonder what they're going to do as far as this pick. They already got obviously Cam Ward. You think they probably want to go ahead and get him a weapon to help them out. I just don't know who that weapon would be at this point here. Trying to think, actually. I mean, problem is it's a really weak wide receiver draft, guys. That's part of the problem. Like, if you really want to help, your new quarterback, you usually want to go ahead and get him a nice weapon or a nice blocker. It's a little weak at the tackle spots. They've already put some work into the guard positions there. Maybe Harold Fannin, the tight end out of Bowling Green. Let's see here. See, and now they're saying the Seahawks. Okay, so pick 35 is Seahawks. I'm not getting the updated yet. So there was a trade. Let's see if we can find out the trade. Seahawks, Titans, and Seahawks are totally a crapshoot. You'll never know what they do. They take whoever they think is the best player. All right, here's the trade here. So the Titans get pick 35. The Seahawks are giving up. I'm sorry, the Titans are trading back from 35, getting picks 52 and 82 in the process here. So they're getting 2 picks back, dropping about 17 spots here, about half a round. So it's not a bad pick up there. Getting a 3rd round pick for going down half a round. Somebody's here, obviously, that the Seahawks really like. You got to wonder, maybe a running back at this point here. I mean, let's be honest. They've had issues with keeping the running back healthy. They need all the offensive line help that they can get. That's for damn sure. So maybe that's the route they're going to go. Let's see. They're doing the clap here. They got the clap, guys. They got the clap. So let's see if we got it. I said good trade, though. For both teams, obviously. I mean, if the Seahawks have somebody they think is worth trading up half around, giving up a 3rd round pick, then do it. You got that kind of conviction, do it. But nice move overall. So there's the Rob.
There's the Roberto.
Wearing green headphones while the Seahawks pick is in.
Don't worry, I'll change my headphones for the next pick.
I appreciate that. Make sure your Browns ones are next. Which their colors are not even brown; it's like orange.
You get the brown dog.
I just feel like if your name is the Browns, your color should just be brown with different shades of brown. Orange should not be involved. It's only fair.
Well, I guess brown is a lighter shade of, or orange is a lighter shade of brown.
No, orange is a combination of red and what? I'm trying to remember. I haven't played with the color wheel in a while.
How do you get brown?
I forget. I used to know these things. I haven't had art class in forever, guys.
Welcome to two Giant Goofballs. We'll teach you art.
Colors. The color wheel. The colors. The colors.
All right. Color wheel, man.
Wikipedia is letting us down to give us the heads up on who the pick is early, so. Red and yellow. That's what Deb's guessing. Red and yellow.
Is that what you said?
I don't know. I'm tired, guys. Listen, I'll admit point blank, this is the struggle bus episode for me right now. I didn't get to bed till like after 2 o'clock because I can't just stop doing something and go right to bed. And then I had to be up at 6:15 for work. So yeah, I'm running on like 4 hours sleep. Luckily, I do have these coffee candies.
Oh,
so these things are nice. If anybody really likes coffee, it's not cocaine. I would not do that. That would get us kicked off of YouTube. I do it off camera. Now, these things are good. If anybody likes coffee. Oh, hold on. Richard Sherman's about to do the Seahawks pick, so since Wikipedia's letting us down. I don't know what he's doing. He's turning around. Turn around. I like that they bring back the ex-players. Jason Sehorn is doing the Giants selection, by the way, and he got kind of gypped because he lost his second round pick to give up. Should have let him go and announce the trade and all.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's not a bad pickup for them.
What did they pick?
Nick Emmanuel out of South Carolina. We talked about him, a good playmaker, box safety. That's a Legion of Boom kind of guy at that point there, and they got abilities in coverage too. It's not as a pure box safety, but he's definitely a guy that I think spends a little more time doing that. He's good at reading and reacting. Doesn't necessarily have the sideline speed, athleticism to be, a center fielder kind of free safety, but he's got aggression. He's got the ability to read a play. That is everything you want in a box safety. So,
yeah.
And they got a couple of good defensive tackles there. Obviously, Leonard Williams, Byron Murphy, they got last year. Tariq Woolen. They got some really good players on that secondary too. So I like the move for them. Listen, if you're gonna go for Sam Darnold as your quarterback, you might as well at least try to build up the defense, as the offense is a lost cause. I know he looked good last year, guys. I don't think he's gonna look good this year. I'm sorry.
I'm surprised he looked as good as he did last year.
Well, I also keep in mind they got rid of Tyler Lockett. They got rid of DK Metcalf.
He went to the Titans, didn't he?
Who? Tyler Lockett? Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to – pick is already in for the Browns, by the way.
Brownie pick.
That's their second pick already tonight. This is the one they got from Jacksonville in the trade for Travis Hunter. So it's just interesting if they get Shedeur Sanders out of curiosity, because you were talking about them getting a 2. They trade back, get Mason Graham, get the first rounder next year, and get Shedeur Sanders. That'd be crazy.
Right? We were talking about how happy we were last night.
That'd be like masterclass. Not often you say that about the Browns.
I was going to say, who has ever said that about the Browns?
No one, not even the Browns.
Yeah. 2024, 15.2, right? The pick is in. Selection is Lag.
It's not him. It's not Shedeur. Running back Quinshawn Judkins out of Ohio State. Ohio. So like I said, I told you guys the next 2 running backs taken will be both the Ohio State kids. Both very good. They had a really nice 1-2 combo there. As much people talk about Will Howard because of the lack of quarterbacks in this draft, they had a really great 1-2 duo at running back, and that made Will Howard's job a whole lot easier. That's for damn sure. 2 guys that easily could have started literally anywhere in all of college. That's how good they were. So, good to see one of them at least get off the board. And listen, this is basically the new, Nick Chubb for the Browns now.
Pretty much. With both legs intact.
Yeah. Look at that. 121 scrimmage yards, 3 touchdowns in this championship game for Ohio State. Talk about showing up in the biggest option there,
Yeah.
And they still got Henderson from Ohio State too. So like I said, it's still one more running back to come from Ohio State there. But like I said, it's good there. So while we're waiting on the pick, did you hear what happened on for Harmon, who the Steelers drafted?
No.
So apparently his mother was in the hospital, and after he got drafted to the Steelers, he literally ran to go see her to tell her, and she died right afterwards.
Oh.
Wow. That's crazy. That's oof. I heard that story today, and I was like, that's insane. It's like, and the people are saying it's like she waited to hear where he went before she went.
Yeah.
It was like that kind of vibe, that's crazy.
It's like, was she happy about the pick?
Based on her reaction, I would say she's not a Steelers fan. I know, I mean. It's okay. You guys don't know him and he's not watching. But yeah, no, seriously though, honestly, we make the joke there, but obviously condolences to him and his loss there, because that's never easy, obviously. But it's interesting look of it, like that kind of look like, hey, she waited to find out where he was going to go before she passed. That's interesting. Yeah. That's, like I said, that's different. Let's see who's next up on the draft here. We got the Vikings. That's not the Vikings. The Raiders up next here. Oh, we got a trade. We got another trade. The Dolphins are moving up. I was about to say, would they take Shedeur? But apparently not, because there's a trade. The Dolphins have moved up. The Dolphins weren't picking to 48. So, and the pick's already in. Would they take Shedeur in case of a concussion? Someone's got to take Shedeur. Shedeur for sure.
Shedeur for sure. Yeah.
Dwayne, what's up, man? We haven't seen you on the show in a while. This is crazy. Shedeur is still falling. I was upset that we didn't take him, but I watched a lot of Jaxson Dart. I think he's got good trades Diable can work with. I like Dart for a guy that if you want to not play him for a year to see what you got and take it from there. We don't have to throw him out there. We can try to develop him and then put him out there next year. So, all right. But pick is in. Pick is in. Heat is on.
The heat of the moment.
Whoa, we're going a totally different song here.
Yep.
I see what you did there. Let's see. They got... Okay, here we go. So, Dolphins get 37 and 143. The Raiders get 48, 98, and 135. That's crazy. They went down just 11 spots. And they got a third rounder and a fourth rounder from a fifth rounder. So went up one round tomorrow and get a third rounder. That's not bad. Let's see who they wanted that bad. Instead of running back, didn't they lose Mostert in the offseason? They go, oh no, one of the Ohio State running backs already gone. They had a current player playing it. All the Dolphins players they've had, they can't go ahead and get a classic guy.
And the pick
Where's Dan Marino?
The selection is
the guy whose name we're gonna mispronounce. There we go. I love that burping sound there. All right,
that's me every time.
Let me pull up our file on him, because I am so gonna mispronounce his name otherwise. Let's see here. At least I admit it. All right, Jonah Savagnaya. There we go. Out of Arizona, offensive tackle in college, moving into the guard spots. That's where they've got him. Let's be honest here. If you got to really protect your players, you got to protect your quarterback when he's got an issue of concussions. I would think that's safe to say. So yeah, Bears. By the way, guys, have 2 of the next 5 picks. So
the Bears. Well, the Pats are up on
2 of the next 4
right now.
Actually, yeah. So it's Patriots, Bears, Saints, Bears. So interesting, because that must mean the Dolphins traded up to get Jonah, thinking that the Patriots were going to do it. Because the Patriots need offensive line badly. Their offensive line is bad. They already got Will Campbell. But yeah, that's. Oof. Let's see who we got left at the spots here. Ursay, the tackle out of Minnesota, is still available. Tate Ratledge, the Georgia guard, is still available as well. So, listen, they'll probably take a lineman here, I'm thinking. We'll see if I'm right. I usually am. Except when I say things.
Yeah, except when I say things.
Except when I say things. Then who knows? Oh my gosh. I'm telling you, this is like they need to like stop all commercials to the draft. I feel like they should have the picture with the. It's like put up a billboard behind whoever's making the pick with the ad.
Yeah, right. That's the next advertisement.
Exactly. They probably will. Don't get me wrong. And today, the New York Giants pick is presented by Goldfish Crackers.
Yeah. Love
I love the
fishes so delicious
because they're so delicious. Gotta go, Jaxson Dart.
Gonna just make us wait an extra round before we actually talk about a draft pick.
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be upset if they did that. Obviously, not the extent I was saying, but including it in there. But if you have a picture of somebody in an ad to like make like the screen of NASCAR screen basically behind it, I have no problem with that. You make your money. Make your money, NFL. Keep on giving me a product.
Definitely making that money.
Oh yeah, money. All right, let's see if Wikipedia's got the pick yet. Nope. We got 1 minute left for the Patriots. By the way,
talk about
to show Will Campbell who they got in the first round. Again, good player, but I think he's a guard. I really do. So we'll see. They're showing the draft room. There's Vrabel sitting there. Everybody's all bored out of their mind like a usual Belichick room. I feel like that's what they got. They were like, let's get Belichick's best guy ever. Like, I know he didn't coach under him, but he played under him.
That's why he didn't look like Belichick.
Maybe that's why I didn't get the Belichick curse.
Ooh.
It's there. Pick is in. Is it green? Or is it offensive line? I can see them going either way. Wikipedia has not been quick tonight, by the way.
I was going to say.
It has also not given us any kind of joking names yet, which I find ridiculous. I want those joke names.
Give it back to us. Baby, come back.
Baby,
come back.
Let's see here. I'm trying to see here. I'm trying to see. Oh, nobody's got it yet. Oh, Connor Hughes. He's always on it. Friend of the show, Connor Hughes. He's saying it's Trayvon Henderson. We'll see. I feel like Connor's probably there. Let's see. Yep, I'm seeing it multiple places now. It is official.
It's official.
Trayvon Henderson out of Ohio State. I always say his name wrong as well. I feel like I need to like have recordings of the names said properly for me each draft. It's like I found out when I was doing a thing that like watching the how they make the NFL draft that apparently they have one person whose job is to know how to say all the names of the players. So when they hand the card to whoever, they can say to them that, hey, this is who this person is. It does and it doesn't. Because it's like I highly doubt they're going to know how to say 300 different names.
Well, if that's your job, to learn 300 words.
Flashcards nonstop. The flashcard flash dance.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. You're at work, you're a mechanic, you have to learn 300 different ways to change, do whatever on an engine.
It's all the same. Once you know one, you're good.
Sure. Sounds
good. You might have to move different things to get to it, but it's all the same. Just saying.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, wrong, but.
No, I'm not. I never have.
Cars.
Forget it.
You mean last night you're wrong a lot.
Listen, we're all human. Except for non-humans. Womp.
Yeah, for me, I am a robot. Nah.
You are a robot. This is what it's like when worlds collide.
Ooh.
Oh, I went Power Man 5000 on you.
You did? I was about to say that.
Yes. You know that the singer of that band is Rob Zombie's brother, right?
It is his little brother.
Yeah, I've heard if you actually go to one of his concerts and you meet him and you ask him about Rob Zombie, he gets very annoyed.
I mean, I have not heard that, but I could also see that since
I would be. You kidding me? Like, you came to my show to talk about my brother?
Yeah.
You know, what do you go to Edema to talk to this lead singer about Jonathan Davis from Korn? I mean, that's his half brother, I think.
Something like that.
Yeah. I don't think Edema really does much anymore.
Yeah.
They're still touring. They are still touring.
Are they?
Yes, they are. There's a big thing with like Joey Scott of Saliva and Head PE and Edema and a couple other bands that are actually touring right now.
Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, they're doing smaller venues. They're not doing massive venues, but I'd go see that show.
I would.
My wife wouldn't go.
It's a shame.
It is a shame. I told her that. It's the exact words I said. That's a shame.
Gonna have to call her and talk to her.
You go ahead, do that. You already talked to her today.
I know. 2 hours of my life's gone.
I heard that.
That's how she's put it too. 2 hours of her life's gone.
She didn't say it that way. She said we just cut off a little bit. It's been a little while since we talked.
Yeah.
So, let's see. Next up is the Bears. Again, Bears have 2 of the next 3 picks, guys.
I was supposed to say they have 2 minutes and 40 seconds left, but they have 2 of the next 3 picks. Yes.
They do. They do. This is one they got from Carolina. Is this part of the trade still for Bryce Young? Yes, it is. This is still the Bryce Young trade. I thought so. Is this the last one? Let's see. 23, 24. It's not saying it. Yeah, it's not saying it. I don't know why the Wikipedia doesn't want to do that, but they didn't. Okay, here we go. Traded. Here we go. Yep. Okay. Yeah, they traded this pick. This is the last pick from the Bryce Young trade. So there's all the Bears fans missing all their teeth, apparently, like the first guy. I know. I'm shaming people on TV. It's okay. He can't hear us.
We're on mute.
Pretty bad show if we were. Bad enough as is with the sound.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun. And everybody's like, look at that. The guy's got a Ben Johnson fathead he's moving around. I'm sorry. I'm not a Ben Johnson guy. Like, this guy took like 2-3 years to find the right fit. And you picked the Bears? Just admit, I was afraid to take a head coaching job. It's okay to say that. It's okay.
The Bears.
The pick is in, guys. The pick is in. Let's see. Let's see if we got it. Now, remember, the Bears took, the wrong tight end in the first round. So, I still can't believe that they went ahead and took Colson Loveland over Tyler Warren. But again, I think they took a guy they thought was more like the Sam Laporta style, and Ben Johnson is going to want to obviously repeat what he did in Detroit. So, they got good running receivers there. I'm wondering, I would wonder running back if the 2 Ohio State guys were already gone. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just thinking offense because they have an offensive coach and they go, screw it. Let's take the best player on the board. Let's go. I mean,
let's go.
Mike Green is probably the best, depending on what you think of the injury issues with Will Johnson. Again, he's been dropping. Someone's going to get him in a steal.
The pick is in. Come on, let's go.
The pick is in. And it's still not up there. Let's see. Is Connor Hughes going to tell us? There we go. There we go. Connor Hughes to the rescue. Wide receiver Luther Burden. Ooh.
Luther.
That's not where I would go at all. But, he had a really good 23. And that's not really good when you're in the 25 NFL draft. Just say that.
Yeah.
I'm just calling it like it is. Luther Burden III out of Missouri. Shorter receiver, just 5'11". 23, he had 1,212 yards. This past year, he had 676 yards. So, like I said, dominant in 23, okay in 24. So we'll see what happens. We said he's a day 2 pick. I thought he was a day 2 pick. A lot of people thought he should have gone in the first round. I'll say this. I don't think he's necessarily any worse than Matthew Golden, who did go in the first round to the Packers. But, you know, and they listed him as 6 foot, by the way. They're saying 6 foot 206. We have him at 5'11", 208. So a little bit different. It's not too crazy. It's amazing how like one player is like 5 different measurements for him all across the internet. I'm sure they're probably, because this is NFL Network we're watching here, is probably using combine numbers. I don't trust combine numbers.
Yeah, they all wear socks. Like,
5 pairs of socks, please. Yeah. No, but it's also like they're training for the combine. They're not using their actual playing weight. You know? So,
yeah, it's different. A little heavier for the most part.
Here we go.
You're
look at that.
Probably wearing like extra.
That Bears room is just so ecstatic. Like, look, guys, we got the second best tight end that we took as the first tight end, and we also went ahead and got a player in the second round that was probably going to go in the second round. We should be proud of ourselves.
Luther looks so happy to get up.
Yeah, we got somebody where we should have got them. Whoa, we did the best ever. I like to see like one draft room be like, okay, we did this. Let's go next. So, again, I still think if I'm the Bears, I'm taking offensive line. They should have taken offensive line already in my eyes. You know, they still got DJ Moore, Roma Dunze. Now they got Luther Burton. Obviously, again, shorter. He can play from the slot kind of position there for him. Loveland now is more of a hybrid blocking / receiving tight end because he is a true guy that does both. You got Saints on the board now. Is it Shador time? Are we just keep on saying it's a Shador time every pick now?
That might be the move going forward, but
I mean, listen, he's got to go eventually, right? I mean, this is pick 40. This is pick 40, guys.
What happened to pick 3?
What? Pick 3?
I'm saying Shador Sanders. What happened to him go to pick 3? And that's pick 40.
Well, obviously, we didn't know.
George watch continues.
We did not know things.
Yeah.
And there's the Saints now. Kellen Moore now is their head coach. Oh, God. Can't believe that still. You know, but again, Derek Carr has that shoulder injury. We don't know how that's going. Derek Carr doesn't know how it's going. He missed 7 games last year. Even if things go well for him, it's probably his last year. I got to think they go quarterback here, guys. I mean, would Tyler Shock go ahead of Shador Sanders?
That would.
Will Howard? Would Jalen Milroe? Like, Jalen Milroe's an interesting guy because there's a lot of people that think you develop him. And let's say hypothetically that, you know, Carr is healthy for the year. You let, you know, you let Milroe sit for a year. You let him learn. You know, next year you have him there and he can be both, you know, a developmental and a future quarterback for you next year, all in one. I don't know. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not a big fan of him either. There's really not any quarterbacks that I'm a fan of left in this draft now at this point, except for Dylan Gabriel. You know me and Dylan Gabriel. Whoever gets him, good to you. Let's find out. The pick is in. They're hugging. They're hitting each other in the back. They're very excited by this.
They're high-fiving butts.
They are. There. Whoa. That's a little below the belt. Okay. It's still not saying on Wiki. Let's see. Oh my God. I called it. Tyler Shock is taken by the Saints. Shador Sanders is not even the 3rd quarterback taken. Oh my God.
It's like if he was drafted last year. He just fell.
Oh my God. Yeah. Like he would have been a 2nd round pick last year if he came out. That's crazy. Wow. If you would told me that Tyler Shock would come before him. Woo.
Yeah.
Louisville, again, guys, we said a guy with a really bad injury history. You know, a guy that I like him overall as a player. It's just I like him without the injury issues and if he was about 2-3 years younger. He's 25. He's going to be 26 in the season. There he is, all excited. Yeah. I mean, this kid is like old enough at this point where like he doesn't even get carded for drinks anymore. Look at the age difference in him compared to the rest of them. Like you can see the age difference. Like that's not good. There's actually literally videos of him playing against Brock Purdy. How long has Brock Purdy been at the league now for? Oh my god. Like I said, 25 years old. He's gonna be. What does he turn? 26. It's not even saying it on his regular Google page here. Let's see if Wiki says it. Wikipedia.
Wicca.
Yeah. So September 28th, he'll be 26 years old, guys. That's not good. He was literally Justin Herbert's backup. How long has Justin Herbert been in the league now?
It's the third, going on his fourth year, no?
I think beyond that, 'cause he's got his contract extension.
Yeah, I think it's like
He was drafted in 2020.
Was he?
So, yeah,
Oh.
so this is his 5th year. And he was the backup for the guy who's been in the NFL for 5 years. Oh my gosh. This is just bad. Yeah. Shador, I'm sorry for you. I don't know what to tell you. Oh my gosh. Yeah. This is just craziness. Oh my god. Dwayne says now they can stop giving the Giants crap for not taking Shador on TV. That's crazy. The dude is damn near a grandfather.
Yeah.
Oh my god. The Bills just moved up, by the way, guys.
Although,
Bill
like,
just
looking at
moved
him
up.
getting drafted, getting up there with that bright blonde dyed hair of his, like, damn, he looks young.
Let's see.
Eminem style. Hi, my name is.
Oh my god. So Connor Hughes just tweeted out, said some felt Shador Sanders could be the 3rd overall pick. He wasn't even the 3rd quarterback taken. What goofballs would say that?
Yeah.
Let's see what's the trade here. Let's see. Bills, Bears trade. Looking it up. Okay, Bills traded 56, 62, and 109 for the Bears 41, 72, and 240. That's I'm trying to wrap my head around this here. Hold on. So they moved 10 picks up to come 10 picks down. And they got a 4th and I don't think that's that good of a haul for the Bears, guys. Right? Am I crazy? Like I'm not looking at that and going, whoa, that's the move.
Yeah.
That's that. You kind of, you set the bar pretty low there, guys. You set the bar pretty low.
Pretty much.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you're the Bears. Oops, did I say that?
They know how to mess it up.
So I just feel like this is Will Johnson's turn to keep sliding. Is it Mike Green? Is that how a lot of people liked Mike Green coming out of this draft, guys?
Just like they like Shador.
Yeah, that didn't work out very well for sure.
Yeah.
They liked him until he spoke. So they actually asked him questions.
Did you do your homework?
Yes. Do you know the terminology of our offense when we gave you the sheet? That's where it's at.
Yeah. Do you know what NY means for?
What's my name?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I almost feel bad it's got to the point I'm almost feel bad making fun of him. It's like this has got to be like embarrassing and horrible for him. Though I give them credit. I don't see like nonstop showing him on TV like they did with the with Will Levis and Geno Smith and their drops. I wonder if like Shador kicked the cameras out today, actually.
Oh, that could.
That's a possibility. Until I see Shador, I need a proof of life.
He's not actually there. He went back to college for another year.
Yeah, he's like, I had to change my mind, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel bad for him. I do. I mean, he deserves it if he didn't do the work, but still, I feel bad for him.
Yeah.
So, there's some are blaming the media for slamming Sanders, but these teams were not listening to the trash. They just don't value him. So, let's see here. I'm seeing here, let's see if I'm right for what I'm seeing here. There we go. It is right what I'm seeing. Here we go.
Dun, 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 dun.
Bills get a guy that I wanted for us in the third round. Defensive tackle TJ Sanders, South Carolina. That's a bit of a reach, guys. I like the player, don't get me wrong, but I think that's a little early. You traded up to get him even. And I know we had a third round grade on him. I think a lot of people had a third round grade on him. That was the guy as a lighter tackle. He's like 290, but I think in the right scenario, he could be something good there. I don't think, like I said, I don't think that's the time to go get him. 6'4", 290 pounds, 21 years old, 13 games last year, 50 tackles, 7 tackles for loss, 4 sacks, 82.4 PFF grade. So again, good numbers. But he's a finesse defensive tackle. That's what he is. So the Bills, by the way, got Lee Evans to come out to do their pick. That's really who you got. Lee Evans. You couldn't get Jim Kelly, Bruce Smith, Andre Reed. Hell, Doug freaking Flutie.
Doug Flutie.
I would have loved to see some Flutie Flakes. Bring it back. Bring it back. Oh my gosh. And I want to see the Giants fans that were flipping out yesterday about Shedeur Sanders not being the pick. I want to see what their thoughts are today. I really do.
Especially when it falls to the third round.
Yeah, because like at what point you say, you know what? They knew something we didn't know. You know, because it's not just us that passed at them. You know, it's a lot of teams that passed at them.
All the teams.
I mean, yeah.
Passed on them.
Exactly. And you know, you literally have now the teams that needed a quarterback. There's 3 of them. 4 of them, let's be honest, but you can say 3 because we all knew that what was going to happen first overall with Cam Ward. You go in ahead and you got the Giants taking Jaxson Dart. You got the Saints now taking Tyler Shuck. You know, you got it's craziness. I'm hearing the Jets pick, by the way, is going to be Mason Taylor, but it's not official. That's the rumor. Mason Taylor, I believe that's the tight end at LSU, right? Jason Taylor's son. I believe that's, if my memory serves me correctly. It's the benefit of us doing somebody ahead of time. Yeah. Nope. Wrong one. Wrong Taylor. Is it Taylor the Latte Boy?
Taylor Swift.
Let's see. Yeah, no, I was right. I was just okay. Wrong Taylor. I mean, there we go. Mason Taylor. Yep, LSU. That's so 6'5", 255, 20 years old. Son of Jason Taylor. Last year had 55 catches, 546 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Good pass blocker, not a great run blocker. Not exactly elite burst kind of guy either, but he's got a decent set of hands on him. So that's the right position for him to go. You know, we said late day 2, so I mean, I guess I could complain they took him too early if that's the pick, but that's just, whew.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, woo, because here we go, still a Shedeur does not be taken. That's just crazy. At what point did they go, I feel bad for him?
Aaron Rodgers gets signs before he gets drafted.
Aaron Rodgers just makes his decision before that. Oh my gosh. And you got Niners, Cowboys, Colts, Rams. Did the Rams take him after the miss that got on Jaxson Dart? It's a possibility. It's a possibility. Then you got to go all the way down to how far are we going to get to like the Steelers? When did the Steelers pick next?
Oh, geez.
Oh my god.
Twain.
What if Shiloh gets drafted before Shador? That would be insane. I'm trying to see here real quick. Steelers. Okay. Okay, Steelers. Next time they pick is 83. Yeah. Pick 83 in the third round. The only team left that really needs a quarterback. I think Shador doesn't have humble pie at this point. It's like humble, like triple layer wedding cake. This is the worst drop I've ever seen in my life. That's crazy.
Especially when you think you're being taken like number one overall like 6 months ago.
Oh yeah, Debs is also Sanders did not go to the Senior Bowl, opted out of the Combine, did not participate in the Shrine Bowl. He did participate in some practice at the Shrine Bowl, and he was able to go for interviews. That's for sure. I just realized I have the Roberto one up for you the whole time.
Roberto, not Jesus, Drew. Learn your Spanish.
There we go. Womp. There we go. There you back to Rob. All right, let's see what we got here. Is that official now with the Jets? I still haven't seen the pick. The pick is in, but I haven't seen it. Yeah, like I said, Connor's still saying it, but he has said breaking per source. He hasn't said it's done.
Yeah, I was about to say I haven't seen anything on the Jets pick yet.
Yeah, I am seeing multiple people say it. I'm seeing the Jets clapping right now in their draft room, which I kind of like the logo for their draft room. That's kind of cool. Go with the old school Jets. Very military-esque here. It's only a better team. Who's coming out dancing for the Jets now? Who is this? I'm trying to see. I can't tell what it is. They got a fancy suit. That's all I know.
I'm coming out.
Oh, it's John Abraham. Yep, there we go. There we go. It is official right now. Mason Taylor is officially a New York Jet. So interesting there. Like I said, not a bad pick. I just think it's a little early, but not a bad player. I don't hate it. Obviously, his dad, Jason Taylor, was a Jet back in 2010 for one season. His second to last season in the NFL, by the way. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. He's not going to be nearly as good a player as his dad, unfortunately, for them. So, but like I said, I like him. I like him overall. I just don't think he's that guy. I think second round picks high. I thought third round.
Yeah, hospital early.
All the pictures of him with his dad and everything now. He looks so young when Jason Taylor is getting put into the Hall of Fame, which just makes me feel so old.
You should feel old.
I am old. Let's be honest. There's no hiding this at this point. I'm old. Let's see, Dwayne says Cleveland is going into the season with Joe Flacco and passed 3 times, so that has to mean something. These people get paid big bucks for a reason. Yeah. Well, I'll say this, though, too. Keep in mind, they have a lot of draft capital next year now. Next year is the Browns' year to get a quarterback. They're going to do whatever they have to do to get a quarterback next year.
Absolutely. Archimedic.
I'm hearing it's going to be Alfred Collins. Let's see here for the Niners coming up here. My phone's going off. People telling me what's going to happen. Sources. I have sources. And guess what? Those sources are right. Alfred Collins, defensive tackle out of Texas. Guys, that's again another guy that I have as a third round pick here. This is a reach. This is a kid that's got some potential. He's young. He's a good run stopper, but to me, Darius Alexander is the better pick. I would definitely say a reach. Not to be confused with the reach around, but a reach. Yeah, I'm kind of shocked he went off the board like this. I would have. It's like 5 different defensive tackles. I think I would have taken ahead of him right now.
About that, yeah.
Again, there's things I don't know. Same as we talked about with Shedeur Sanders. Obviously, there's something out there that we didn't know.
Obviously.
Yeah. No more rumor has it. This is definitely legit. And here we go. The Cowboys are on the clock officially. As Jerry Jones has been on the death clock now for the last 15 years. How old is that man now? Seriously.
172. He's like the guy at the end of Indiana Jones and the third one.
The one with Sean Connery?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. How old is he? Jerry Jones. He's 82 years old. I honestly thought he was older. I don't know. Like I said, I never respected the man much because he's a cowboy, but I lost all respect for him last year when he went on that show. He was like threatening to fire people for asking him questions.
Oh yeah.
Like, don't go on the show if you don't want to answer questions. Don't have to be a jerk to people doing their damn job. That's one that irks me always. If somebody's just doing their damn job and you're a total dick to them.
Yeah, you hired him to do that job.
Well, no. They got hired by a radio station. The radio station got the contract to do the interview with him. And that's why he was like, I could fire you because I would tell the radio basically, you go or I stop doing these interviews. He does have that kind of power. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
So to try to exert that live on a radio broadcast is a dick move. Just answer the goddamn questions. Again, equal opportunity when I say it this way. I said that about Abdul Carter when we drafted him too. The whole tow truck driver incident still sits bad taste in my mouth there. Guy was just doing his job, towing your car. Just don't park legally. You won't get it towed. So, yeah. Debs, I heard some good things about Shuck, but the injuries he has to be a bit gun shy. He's not a bad player, but he doesn't read the whole field. He reads half the field at least. He's not bad. If you need him to analyze the left or the right side of the field, he does a good job. But if you want him to survey the entire field, he can't do that, at least in college. And now you want to throw him out there and trade and train him when he's 25 years old, 26 to start the season. So let's say you sit him for a year. Hypothetically, you're going to sit him for a year. He's going to be starting for the first time when he's practically 27.
Pretty much.
That's bad. This is like Brandon Weeden bad. We're going that far. Remember that he got drafted at 26 or 27 in the first round by the Browns, of course. Who else? Yep. Who else but the Browns would make such a move?
The Brownies.
The Brownies. I can go for some brownies right now.
Ooh.
That sounds good, doesn't it? Maybe like a big old thing of ice cream. Yeah.
Ice cream, eh?
Ice cream, you scream, we all scream. My name is Borat. Let's see. Where are we at here? Got anything else new? 49ers. Let's see. Oh, yeah, we did the 49ers one. It's not even coming up on Wikipedia yet. We're on to the Jets here. I had the Cowboys.
I was about to say.
One of those teams. I have no sleep. Ignore what I say.
What?
Next year, I'm definitely taking off.
I took off, but I still feel like I haven't slept.
I'm hearing Dylan Sampson is going to be the pick.
Dylan, you son of a bitch.
Wow, that's a bit of a harsh stance. Running back makes sense. That's what they need. But oh my gosh. We're going so far ahead now.
That 1997 footage looks so vintage.
Up. I know what's going on. Here we go. Another guy whose name we're to mispronounce. Oh yes, we got to go with it here. Let's go to my sheet so I have my phonetic spellings here so I don't mess this up royally. I feel like a jerk here. This is a kid we liked a lot at a Boston college. Couldn't understand point blank what's going on and why he was getting, by a lot of people, had him very, very much lower than we had him. Donovan Ezaraku at a Boston college guy, literally at Boston College, 16 and a half sacks, 21 tackles for loss. True polish, like had a lot of form. I don't understand why there was so much hate. I'm going to give it to the Cowboys this one. I got to be honest here. I'm going to give it to the Cowboys and say this is a good pick. This is a solid pick, and they picked a guy earlier than most people would have that I think is a better player than most people thought he was. So, I think they got a good one on this one. I hate to say it.
Yeah.
The next pick up, we're going to have to go back to our
Newfields.
We have to go back to our sheets here of how to pronounce names. It's going to be that part of the night here. So let's see her.
It's gotten hot on her.
Let's see here. Yeah, we got. Let's go. It's another edge rusher, by the way, guys. I'll give you that right off the bat. I want to pronounce the name right, damn it. Let's see here. I guess we're going on a run right now.
Yeah. Donovan's not that hard.
So JT Tuimoloau. There we go. Oof, I got it. Ohio State. That's the next one here to the Colts. As you guys get it before the TV even tells you. Yes. Dwayne says Brandon Wheaton 2.0. Yeah, that's basically what he is. Had a good year in college, finally gets healthy, and people are like, oh, yeah, here he is. He's got this.
He got it.
He was healthy 1 year, guys. Why are you worried?
Yeah.
What's the worst that can happen? As Dwayne says, Colts about to have DJ starting in September. Yeah. Listen, Anthony Richardson, I feel bad for the kid. They threw him out there when he wasn't even ready yet. Wasn't ready, point blank. Colts got Jonathan Taylor, by the way, doing their pick. Again, where's all the... Go get Peyton.
You're right.
They had Pat McAfee do 1 year. Remember that? That was kind of cool. Just plenty of people. Reggie Wayne, Edgerrin James. Let's go get the family of Johnny Unitas. I don't know.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's dead, but somebody who was his great grandpa. Let's see what. Said we had Saquon. It didn't matter. Well, running back is not all. So, all right. So we're right on that one again, giving you guys early picks here. Let's see who's up next. Who we got? What you got?
What you got?
What you got? It's the LA Rams next, guys. This is the trade that happened where they got the player. They got the extra picks from the Falcons, who wanted to go ahead and pick a second edge player last night. So this should be interesting. Maybe it's time for Shedeur. The rumor was they wanted to go and get him. They wanted to go get Jaxson Dart. So would they take Shedeur now after getting extra picks?
That might be the move.
You give him a year to sit behind. Listen, you give him a year to sit behind sit behind Matt Stafford and give him Sean McVay, if not 2 years. The pick is in. We're going to find out here. I'm just feeling bad for this kid at this point. I really am. By the way, they are so far back on Wikipedia. Like 2 or 3 players back right now. The 2 players back, unless you're counting the pick that's in, the 3 then. Come on, Rams. Let's stop talking about Shedeur. Commercial, God damn it. See if Connor Hughes knows. Up. Rams are taking Terrence Ferguson. I think he's a tight end out of Oregon, if I remember right. Let's see. Terrence Ferguson. Oregon, like the trail. Yep. 100% right. Let's get up our little write-up we had on him now. We got to figure out a better way to organize this next year. 6'5", 247 from Littleton, Colorado. I remember that. Yeah, I remember talking about that. That's where the shooting happened many years ago. This past year, 591 yards, 3 touchdowns, third team All Big Ten. Big catch guy, great in the red zone, willing to block, but not necessarily the best blocker. Has a little trouble with some power rushers because he's not the biggest guy. Again, 6'5", 247. It's not a bad size, but he's not the big, strong tight end, that's for sure. Has trouble getting off press coverage too. Again, not a bad pick though. I kind of like him. We had him higher than Mason Taylor, who already went to the Jets. Interesting that Harold Fannin, guys, is still not gone anywhere. That's the guy I'm kind of shocked. No one's even talking about him as the big drop here. Again, this past year, 117 catches, 1,555 yards, and 10 touchdowns. I know it's Bowling Green. I know we talked about, Bowling Green not being a big college, but that's you tell me you're gonna go from 1,500 yards and be dominant, and you're gonna go. If you went to a real school, you wouldn't be like 1,000-yard guy.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say real school. That's mean. Bowling Green is a real school. It's got buildings and everything.
No, it's not. That's not what Drew said.
Oh,
tell everyone.
It's a real school. I'm a real boy. But yeah, that's like I said. That's the guy I wonder what's going on. I'm gonna search him real quick, see what's going on. Harold Fannin. See if anybody's got the down low. Was he hurt? Was something we don't know, or was there anything coming out on him? I feel like, it's a little crazy here. I don't see any dirt at all. Here's the records he set this past year, guys. This is FBS, so he's obviously again the lower tier college. Most receptions in a season, most receiving yards. This is all tight end records, I should specify. Most receptions in a season, most receiving yards in a season, most receptions per game in a season, most receiving yards per game in a season, most receptions in a game, most receptions in a bowl game, most receiving yards in a bowl game. You think he might be good? You
would hope so with those accolades.
I mean, again, I think he's going to be a guy that has to play like more slot receiver than true tight end because he's a smaller guy. He's 230 pounds. Honestly, you could probably put him out as wide receiver. But how many times do we see, talk about it doesn't like, if you need a weapon for a quarterback, there's not a good wide receiver class. Yeah. Bowling Green doesn't exist. It exists. I take back my words. There's a point. Where's the words? Oh my gosh, he's not even on the top board, by the way, for Daniel Jeremiah. I'm kind of shocked by that one. I again, 1,500 yards, guys. Like literally the best FBS tight end to ever come out. Like, take your shot. If you're a team that needs a weapon, take a shot. All right, here we go. Wikipedia's finally catching up here. Somewhat. The Raiders, by the way, guys, are on the clock. You know what I'm going to say? Is this time that Shedeur Sanders goes?
As the Shedeur Sanders watch turns.
So, we're missing a couple picks, by the way, here. Because we have the Arizona Cardinals. Ooh! Cardinals did it. Cardinals are smart.
You want to Shedeur?
Arizona Cardinals took Will Johnson, corner out of Michigan. Might be the goddamn steal of this draft.
They done did it. They did it.
That might be the steal of the draft. Connor Hughes is saying that the Raiders, though, are on the clock. I still have it as the Dolphins. Was this part of the pick trade? Is that what's going on here? Yes. Okay. This is part of that trade, and Wikipedia hadn't changed it. Yeah, Las Vegas Raiders are officially on the clock, guys. So, is this where Shedeur Sanders goes?
Does he finally go? Does he finally get drafted?
Listen, someone's got to take him eventually. Dwayne says, you guys are way ahead of my TV. Damn straight we are. That's why we're here. That's why you're listening to Two Giant Goofballs, because we are ahead. You can just tell people that you want to bet on who's going to get picked and make some money.
Yeah. Just listen. Don't tell anyone.
Yes, exactly.
But tell everyone, because
guys, tell everybody afterwards how amazing the show was. They can go next time, and they also can make money on these bets. Should I have a second coffee candy? By the way, I'm like tying already here.
Yes,
I should. These are. I'll tell you, if anybody likes coffee, again, these things are freaking amazing. It's like a Jolly Rancher of coffee, and each of them is half a cup of coffee. Spectacular, absolutely spectacular. It tastes good too.
Tastes like coffee. Yeah.
It's like it tastes like good coffee. There's bad coffee. People that are coffee people know there's good coffee and there's bad coffee. This tastes like good coffee.
You taste like bad coffee.
I do taste like bad coffee. I'm not sure in which way we're talking here, but you know. Womp. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything yet on the Raiders here. Like, would they take Shedeur Sanders? Again, you got the Tom Brady thing. Tom Brady was like one of the mentors to Shedeur Sanders. Obviously, he's part of the ownership group with the Las Vegas Raiders. He's a guy who literally, literally are like, they need a quarterback. Geno Smith's 34?
Yeah, 34 or 35.
Yeah,
35,
and
that's what we said.
Worst case, he's a second-round pick in this point. You don't have to worry about, oh my God, he's going to sit for a couple of years. He's a second-round pick.
Yeah.
And if he beats out Geno Smith, then great. That's a problem you shouldn't be upset with, you know? Oh, we got a trade, I'm hearing. I'm hearing there's a trade. Raiders trading to the Houston Texans, I'm hearing. Oh, gosh. Let's see here. Trade.
Rumor has it.
I'm trying to see if the rumor has it. That's what I'm hearing. Yeah, Texans are on the clock officially. I haven't heard the trade yet.
Everything I have is way behind.
Yeah. Oh, yes. We got another pick in here, guys. Ursley's taken here. Let's see here. Where'd he go here? We got... let's see here. There we go. So, Ariante Ursiri out of Minnesota, 6'6", 330 pounds. One of the very, very few guys that is probably legit a tackle in this draft. We talked about a lot of the tackles were guys that are really planning to move into guard. 38 career games overall, is 12 games this past year, 77.5 grade from PFF. So the Raiders go down to the 58th pick, and they got a third-round pick, which is actually the pick I think the Giants gave the Texans.
Interesting.
That pick is getting tossed around like a whore.
Eeyore.
Interesting. So imagine if the Raiders get that and select Shedeur Sanders with the pick the Giants gave up in the pick for the trade for Jaxson Dart. Oh my God. The scenarios. Let's see here. All right, so we're now caught up. So we're now like multiple picks ahead of everybody else, basically. This point. Let's see. Let's see what happens. This has been a little crazy. I'm so caught up in the Shedeur Sanders fiasco at this point. We're at pick 45, guys. 45. Like, pick 64 is the end of the round. Like, this is not a comp pick round yet.
Yeah.
So that means we are officially 13 picks in. We're not far. We're 3 more picks away from being halfway done with the second round. And Shedeur Sanders is still there. Oh my gosh. Insanity. Let's see. So now that Will Johnson is gone, I think it's down to like Mike Green, Harold Fannin, and Shedeur Sanders maybe being the 3 big shockers to still be available. Definitely not people I expected to still be here halfway through the second round. I thought Mike Green would go late first, early second. Shedeur, I thought, would be top 10 pick. Harold Fannin, same thing. I thought late first, early second. Whew. Absolutely insane. Let's see here. Come on, we got more news. I like being ahead. It's like opening up your Christmas presents on Christmas Eve. We text Connor. Like, Connor, just text us the picks.
Just let us know, man.
No, I feel like there was a story I saw on TikTok the other day, and it was Jay Leno talking to somebody on a podcast. I can't remember who he was talking to, but he's like, "Yeah, I got drunk and I was telling my buddies how I had Barack Obama's phone number, and they didn't believe me, so I drunk dialed him when he was the president." And he was like, "Jay, lose my number." And I'm like, I feel like that's what would happen basically if I actually went ahead and texted some of these guys that we have the number of stuff from past people that have been on the show and all. Oh my god. Next 4 picks, so they're giving that. We have already the one in for the Texans because the Bengals, Seahawks, Broncos are next up. Again, Bengals, Seahawks, Broncos. None of them are guys I would think would take Shedeur Sanders.
Probably not.
No. I still can't believe they still don't have on the top board Harold Fannin on Daniel Jeremiah's top picks available. That's crazy to me. Like, what he had to break 2,000 yards for you to care?
Pretty much.
Like, is that where he had to be? Oh, look, the Texas selection is up. I wonder who it will be.
Yeah. Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
The pick is in.
Yeah. Next pick. Come on. We already know this pick. We beat you guys. Feels like 10 minutes ago. The TV's caught up with us, though. Bengals got to pick the best. I feel like the Bengals just have to pick the best defensive player available. Right? That's your only shot at getting a defense. They must be so upset that Will Johnson's gone. They probably take him in a heartbeat. Like, are you kidding me? Will Johnson's still here?
You're right.
Who did they take in the first round? I'm trying to remember. Let's see here. Bengals. Oh, yeah. They took Shamar Stewart. Morons. Oops. I'm being too obvious again.
You guys are idiots.
It really are. I'm sorry. This guy had 4 sacks in 3 years. That's the guy my first round pick. You freaking idiots. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see if we get anything on the Bengals yet. Pick here. Up. What did I say that the Bengals would do? They go defense.
Dun, 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 dun.
Linebacker Demetrius Knight officially goes to the Bengals here. So a lot of linebackers going all of a sudden there, you know. Demetrius Knight is a guy we didn't hate in the draft, but we were just scouting people. But again, I think another one there's better players available. It's just, and obviously that's an opinion thing.
Yeah,
I'll say that. Like, I get that part of it there, but Demetrius Knight, again, not a bad player. Not the guy I would take. South Carolina. He's the kid that played at Charlotte there, played in Georgia Tech. Has been around there. Last year, 82 tackles and 8 tackles for loss, 2 sacks, 82.8 PFF grade. A guy who's really, really good at stopping the run, but not very agile, not a good zone kind of scheme guy. Definitely some issues. We said round 3, round 4. So again, another guy I think that got drafted way too early. Way too early. But again, not a bad player. I'd like the role for him if you got a role for him, but I don't think he's necessarily going to be an every down linebacker. And that's the problem. In a second round pick, you got to get somebody who's a starter, especially when you're paying, $500 million to your receiver and quarterbacks. Whatever the hell they're paying him. Morons. Oops. I feel like Bengals fans will never watch this show because I just hate the way the Bengals are building the team. Like, if you want to sign one of the 2 receivers, I get it. But you sign both of them to massive deals. Massive deals. And then on top of that, you just went ahead and set up your team with crappy picks in this draft. Like, let's get a guy who's like barely a day 3 guy, the first pick day 2. Barely a day 2 guy, and you get him with the first pick in day 2. And then let's get a guy who had 1.5 sacks last year and get him the 17th overall pick. That's the edge rusher I need. That'd be the game changer.
It's the only way to do it.
The Bengals are the Bengals. G242 Marshall. Shador not drafted yet? Nope. We got another quarterback off the board. Tyler Shuck there to the Saints, but not Shador. Let's see here. We got anything new? Nope. Still sitting there at the Bengals. So who's up next now? Let's see here. So next up is the Seattle Seahawks again. Seattle Seahawks. Cacao. And then you got the Broncos, then the Seahawks again. Then the Bucks, Packers, the Chargers. The Chargers coming up again. Do the Chargers take Shador Sanders? Please, someone take Shador Sanders.
Oh my God. Dion doesn't go crazy.
Oh my God. His beard's got even more grays in it now. I guess I feel bad for the kid at this point. I do. Like I've said, I'm really, really glad that he's not on camera though. I think that was a smart move if they did kick the cameras out because he's got to be like flipping out. I would be. I would be flipping the fuck out. I'd be all over Twitter right now going, someone take me. Someone take me.
For the love of God, please take me. I have a high completion ratio. After 40 yards down the field, like, God damn, 10 yards. 95% accuracy.
Let's see here.
You see the Bengals fan that looks like Captain Obvious, only in the Bengals colors? My God.
I did. I'm hearing that the Broncos are trading out of pick 51, by the way, which hasn't even happened yet because the Seahawks are up for number 50. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on yet. This is all rumors. Carolina is going up to there. Carolina was picking at 57. Does Carolina want Shador Sanders in case it doesn't work out with Bryce Young? Or is it just we just keep on thinking he's going to pop up eventually that we keep on saying it? I mean, could be Mike Green. Still think that. Harold Fannin.
Done it.
I'm going to keep on saying his name until someone takes him, goddammit. You want me to shut up about Harold Fannin? Someone take him. I mean, honestly, that's not a bad move either for him. For Carolina. Like, keep on getting more and more weapons for Bryce Young. He needs all the weapons he can get. He needs tall weapons that he can see over the offensive line.
Yeah. He's
Harold
stout.
6'4". He's definitely tall.
He's a stout line, but he needs some tall receivers.
He's a little teapot. Let's see. As G242 says, Miami should get Sador. I know it sounds weird. It doesn't sound weird. We said that too. You know, saying we got some random spammer on Twitch here.
Best viewers on. Oh, okay.
Twitch. So, by the way, there, real quick, guys, we're waiting on more picks to be coming through as we're way ahead of the TV right now. Actually, our TV's caught up to us now. They're on pick 50. If you haven't already, guys, hit that like, hit that share, hit that subscribe button there. Appreciate you guys for watching. We do 3 live shows per week at a minimum. So every Monday, every Wednesday, and every Thursday. We will not be on this Monday, though. We're going to be on 1 p.m. on Sunday to give a recap of all the action from tomorrow, since we won't be live on that. But guess what, guys? Here we are. As the Seahawks are making their selection here. Seahawks take Elijah Arroyo at a tight end out of Miami. And then guess what else? Panthers, Nick Scorton, Texas A&M, edge, defensive end, whatever the hell you want to call him there, depending on what kind of defense you got there. Nick Scorton, by the way, we said it during the pick, is a better pick than Shamar Stewart from the same exact school the Bengals got at 17. Don't you do half the pick sound?
That's why I'm sure when the picks are in.
Arroyo was like a love or hate kind of prospect, though. Like, a lot of people liked him. He's very athletic. He's a fun watching, player. Cam Ward loved playing with him. Obviously, I was kind of wondering if Tennessee would take him at some point there, trying to give him a guy he worked well with there. But yeah, I think a decent move. I think they lost Noah Fant or somebody in the offseason too, didn't they, in Seattle?
Isn't Fant over with Denver?
Let me take a look.
I'm pretty sure Fant went over last year.
Did he? Who did they lose? They lost the tight end this year.
He had too many Doritos on the couch.
No. Noah Fant started with the Broncos, and he spent the last 3 years with the Seahawks. Let's see. I'm trying to look it up real quick for you guys here. No, they still have him listed actually as being a as a tight end. So let's see. As the pick is in for the Panthers that we've already announced.
Depending on what you're watching, frats. Watching my Roku TV, it's still showing the picking for the Seahawks.
Yeah, well, you're a couple minutes behind me then. That's all there is to it.
I'm trying to get my tablets froze up, and I was trying to get it.
I literally just have it on NFL.com and have it playing the NFL Plus on my computer here. Chuba Hubbard. So they have been doing the pick. They got it's weird that they're kind of mixing in like current and past players. Usually it's always like the past players. But like I said, Nick Scorton I like as him. I think that's a very good pick for the Panthers. Yeah. Not often you say those words. That's a good pick.
For the Panthers.
We had him as a late first round, early second round kind of guy. So to get him mid second round, that's a good grade on him. Yeah. I'll take it. I would take it. So Denver Broncos, I believe, are on the clock here. As long as there's no trade I'm not aware of. Oh, no, wait. The Denver Broncos, this was the trade with the Broncos that the Panthers took. So the Seahawks would be on the clock.
Seahawks?
I believe. There's so many trades, and the Wikipedia thing is just not very good at loading up, but it's good at letting us know ahead of time who's being picked. So actually, they say next up is Tennessee, is what the TV's saying, or the stream, or whatever the hell you want to call it. But that would be Tennessee. So Tennessee Titans up just 2 picks back from where Arroyo went, and I'm sure again Cam Ward would have loved to have Arroyo probably with him. So I kind of feel bad for him.
Probably.
He's probably hoping it was going to work out that way, but they need some offensive weapons though too. Help Cam Ward. If anything, I would give him like a lineman at that point to help block for him.
Yeah, because they like we said before, they picked up Lockett, 3 receiver over there.
Yeah.
So like they got some weapons on for receiving because Lockett, like, never forgets how good he is because you got DK Metcalf over there who's been dominant with the Seahawks, and then you got what's his face that came out of the draft 2 years ago.
Oh, he'd be the one that sucks.
Hey, it doesn't suck. He had like 800 yards last year, didn't he? He was one of the best receivers coming out of the draft 2 years ago.
Okay.
All
right.
His name.
Here we go. And
Ben's pick is in.
Yeah. I think this is the first guy we'd even have on our pick at that point. That's what kind of. So Femi Oladejo out of UCLA. Yeah.
Edge.
I'm sorry, not UCLA. I'm sorry. He played for
UCL.
For
UCLA.
California and UCLA. So he played for both.
Your Femi Moses.
I said we didn't really have him on our list here.
It's amazing to see all the Titans fans get excited about this guy. Who
let the dogs out? No.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, this is another guy dropping, by the way. Landon Jaxson at Arkansas. Gotta wonder what's going on there. I feel like usually when somebody drops, there's something going on we don't know about. The Bucks are up. Their Bucks pick is already in. Not seeing who the pick is going to be yet. We will find out. I was a little shocked by them taking a wide receiver in the first round. Like, I like the pick they got. The kid's underrated, but sheesh.
Like, yeah, because you got to think too. Like they got some talented receivers over there. It definitely wasn't like the first need, I would say, in this draft.
Yeah. Not to mention, I thought he was a second round talent they got in the first round.
Yeah.
Another guy had reached.
I mean, they definitely they have talent in the receiver room. They definitely know how to pick them up. Like,
oh gosh, George Sanders on commercial now. Sorry, George Sanders on the NFL draft commercial. Is the NFL trolling him now too? Oh my god!
Open door posse. You got punked.
Wonder if Shador's people send out text message. Okay, we will play for you after all. I know you were on the list originally.
Yeah, just joking. Please draft me.
You took me serious? I was kidding. Guys.
Fool you. Please draft me.
He's like that horny guy left at the bar. I'll just take anything at this point.
Yeah. It's last call. It's like,
gotta go home somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You don't have to go home, but you can't say here. I'm going to the Three's house.
It's a 3 after beers too.
Yeah. Ooh.
How many beers though? Oh my gosh. I'm Bucks are gonna probably go defense here, I would think. I thought that the first round. Their offense has been pretty stacked. It's like they don't really need to do more on that side, that's for sure.
Their defense was hit or miss last year. Like, it was funny. Like, sometimes they showed up in certain games, sometimes they
yeah, it definitely depended on who they played as well. I feel like it was definitely one of those situations where they were dependent on who they're playing. Their defense was stacked well against the team. They did well, but there's some teams they didn't. The biggest issue is they got hit on the pass too often. They need a little better of a pass rush. They need a little help in the secondary.
Yeah, because their front was pretty. They got after teams like didn't they sack like the Carolina like 5 times, 6 times in one game?
Well, yeah, it's Carolina.
Well, they Saints too. Let's say they did it to the Saints, but that's
Siobhan Ravel out of East Carolina would be an interesting pick for them here, or Trey Amos out of Ole Miss. I feel like that's the kind of player that I would expect here. I thought they'd go corner in the first round, And they kind of shocked a little by going wide receiver. So let's see if that's the route they go. Still haven't heard any update on it yet. So
No updates.
nope. Keeping us in the dark here. All we keep hearing about is this Craftmatic adjustable sleep number bed here that Matt Stafford and his wife keep trying to get us to buy.
She knows all about CTE, so we're good.
She just what?
Says she knows all about CTE. So that bed will definitely help your head sleep.
CT?
E.
Oh my God. Listen, sometimes she goes a little crazy. People think she has CTE.
Touche.
So the top 200, they have Sanders at 20, Green at 21, and then Amos at 42. Oh my God. Is the pick
and
in?
The Buccaneers pick is in.
Bucky Irving coming down here to give the selection.
There we go.
That's not Bucky Irving, is it? He looks older.
I was about to say he looks really
older. That can't be. They had him on his name on the screen as if it's him. So far, I haven't seen who it is yet either. Connor Hughes letting us down.
Connor!
Let's see. Who's it gonna be?
Gotta be me.
No, I don't think you're being drafted by the Bucs right now.
Benjamin Morrison, the pick is in. Notre Dame. Cornerback.
I told you. I wonder what's going on with Ravel. I know he had the ACL, obviously missed a lot of the season, so I guess that's the medicals might be scaring teams off. I like Morrison. I don't think he's a great corner. I do think he's a good corner, but he's a safe pick. You know what I mean? Like he's that high floor, not having the massive ceiling kind of player at that point. He's a smart player. He's a good overall player. He's a good ball hawk. He's got some injury concerns as well over the years. Missed 10 games last season with a hip injury. But yeah, good player. Good player. He's got to make sure he's healthy. The Packers pick is already in, by the way, too, guys.
Damn, I was about to say. That's fast.
That's what happens. The later you go, the faster this goes.
Sometimes.
Well, no, they have less time between picks.
Yeah, but sometimes I feel like teams are like, oh, wait, I want that guy.
No, I want him. So, yeah. You got Chargers, Bears, Broncos, and then the Raiders. Like I said, the Raiders, dude, they might get Shedeur Sanders. We're almost at the end of the second round, by the way, guys. We're just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 picks left. And then we have the first pick in the third round, guys. Darius Alexander from Toledo is just sitting there waiting for us right now. We love Toledo players. We feel like half our players are from Toledo.
Yeah.
We like the small school guys. But seriously, imagine being a rookie like him going into this defense with like Kayvon, Brian Burns, Dexter Lawrence, and Abdul Carter around you. Like that's gotta be like a good feeling.
Yeah.
Like, if I'm like one of these tackles that's gonna go in the third round range, I'm gonna probably like tell us the sign me up.
Yeah.
Hells to the yeah. To the yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. Since Connor's going silent, he must be on a bathroom break or something.
The pick is in, and it's not gonna be me.
Wow.
Hit the clock because the selection is in. Dun, 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 dun.
Jordy Nelson, by the way, making the selection here.
I was about to say he was drafted a long time ago.
Seriously, he looks it, that's for sure. Oh, I'm being mean again. I'm old too. It's okay. They're still talking about this. I get it. You have a charity to talk about.
Yeah, come on.
We get it. We want to hear the pick. The pick is in.
Let the kids read it. Watch them butcher it. They're like, it's going to be like Ron Howard. Something easy.
Ron Jeremy.
Yeah. Just.
Here we go.
All right. And then it's Anthony Belton.
Anthony Belton, tackle. North Carolina State. Wow. We talked about him. That's oh god. I feel like the players that I like are like dropping, and the players that I don't like are just going way too early. So
Yeah.
let's get to our
He does not like the ocean.
Anthony Belton. We had him at a third, fourth round guy. Started over at Georgia Military Academy for a
You
couple
gotta
of
read
years.
Anthony Belton on Killer Whales. I like them. They're smart. They're not for me. They're scary. They're not for me.
What?
That's
Where
a
are
quote
you
that was just on the NFL.
Oh my god. Anyway, 6'6", 336 pounds. They never found an age on him. We did our draft stuff. Should be about 24 years old. Last year, 12 games, 73.6 PFF grade at North Carolina State. Can I stress that enough? Yeah, keep clapping, Packers.
All that cheese got to your head. They had to make an
Seriously.
easy name for the kids to
They
read.
picked the most overrated wide receiver in the draft, in Matthew Golden, and then a guy who was a developmental tackle at best in the second round here. Is a left tackle. He's got good arm length. He is athletic. He has struggles against powerful rushers. He's overly aggressive. He's got bad footwork, and he got ejected last year for spitting on an opponent when they played Clemson.
Yes, we talked about him.
Yes, like he literally pulled a Bill Romanowski.
Yeah, I don't. Which is weird because, like, I feel like Green Bay, like, they have a good history of the Chargers picking Simmons already too.
Yeah, Chargers up. By the way, I
They're up
don't
in
want
the
to
cut.
interrupt you, but I mean, now you're saying it there. Yeah, Melvin Gordon is making the pick.
Oh, Ty Harris, wide
And
receiver, Ole Miss.
Trey Harris, wide receiver, Old Miss. But anyway, Melvin Gordon is doing it while wearing a Milwaukee Brewer jacket. I know the draft is at Green Bay, but come on. Yeah, like I said, this was a guy that I was actually kind of curious if the Giants would look at him potentially. Again, I don't think wide receivers a need for us here, but here's a kid that obviously had a rapport with Jaxson Dart, and you see that more and more nowadays as a thing to do. So yeah, but let's see here, 6'3", 210 pounds, so good size guy. This past year was let's see, 60 catches, 1,030 yards, 7 touchdowns. First team All SEC. A strong guy. He's willing to block. He's good at contested catches. A lot of injuries though. Doesn't have elite speed. Got some focus drops, but I don't hate the pick. This is a team that quite frankly, the Chargers needed wide receivers. They picked a TCU wide receiver a couple years ago in the first round, which we said don't do that. You never draft TCU wide receivers. Then they let their mainstays go as they changed the regime. So yeah, Ladd McConkey, by the way, great first year for him. So yeah, like I said, I like the pick. I like the pick for them. That's a good pick,
especially like just the way that Harbaugh is building that team back up. Like,
yeah,
it's a good pick.
Now, we had Harris as a third round grade, but this is close enough to this is the latter part of the second round where I'm not going to call it a crazy reach.
Yeah, especially because, like, if you really like this guy and you don't think he's going to be there when your pick comes back around,
yep,
that's what you do.
Do it.
It's not that far off the grade.
So,
yeah.
Let's see here. Do we have?
But the Bears pick is in as well, but they went to commercial. Yep.
Shador Sanders. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Cam, or not Cam? Yeah, Cleve, you're out. Shador, you're in. That would be a Bears move.
Let's see here. I'm trying to see. We got anything else coming out of this? Oh, here we go. What is going on with this draft? This thing's crazy, man.
Draft's crazy every year, man.
No, it's just the draft order is just way off on Wikipedia where I have that up because they're going quicker. And I'm trying to keep people up to date on stuff. And it's like, it's hard to do that when the picks aren't even coming in right on there. Because now you got.
Well, I mean, Donald Trump was taken to, his quarterback last
Yeah.
night. And there's a long snapper to the Steelers.
Are you suggesting that couldn't happen? Because I have the pick in for the Lions, and I haven't heard who the Bears are picking. The Bears are picking before him.
Yeah. Well, bend over was
But,
also an option last year.
No. This is.
That's
I'm
right.
saying like legit. This is not off Wikipedia. That I'm having the Lions are taking Tate Rutledge, the guard out of Georgia, but I haven't heard who the Bears are taking.
I haven't seen anything yet. I just see a whole bunch of commercials between my two TVs.
Womp.
Damn, that's a young Liam Neeson.
Oh my God! Somebody who El Jefe, who does New York Revival, just posted a picture. This is the only explanation, and Shador Sanders in a robe next to P Diddy with a bottle of oil.
Oh Jesus!
Oh my God!
He got diddied.
He's funny. He's good people.
That's
I'm trying to find out who it is.
Oh, jeez.
Let's see. Oh yeah, here's the trade. Okay, so I missed it. It was the Lions and the Broncos. Let's see. Okay. It's because I still have the Bears on the clock, but I have the Lions taking Tate Rutledge. You can't tell people they can't pick him. So so Lions deal 63 and 183 to the Broncos for 68 and 139. Okay. Then you got the Eagles deal 62 to the Texans for 65, 188, and 230. Sheesh. I've never had this happen before. I already know the Raiders what they picked even. I'm just waiting for them to pick the Bears so we can announce the whole thing in order at least. By the way, the Bears did not take Shador Sanders, if you're wondering.
Yeah. Oh, they got like a WWE belt over there.
I know. I see it. I just don't know who he is. He's very excited.
Right? Like I want to put up the volume also don't get canceled off of YouTube.
Yeah, it's not gonna cancel off YouTube.
Oh, see that guy's Bears? He had the right to bear arms right there.
Oh my gosh. He's got cool shades on too. Just tell us the goddamn pick. He's screaming about the best quarterback in the North is Caleb Williams. Stop. Seriously. I don't know. The NFC North best quarterback at this point is definitely not Caleb Williams. I'm sorry.
Kirk Cousins.
He's not playing the NFC North. Plays the NFC South technically right now.
Technically, for now.
We'll go somewhere. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know who I want to consider the best. I mean, part of me wants to say Jordan Love, but
I want to say, but I don't.
Is that Seth Rollins? Is that who that is?
Yes.
Okay. I don't watch wrestling. I don't watch wrestling. I don't know this stuff. I watch actual sports.
Sports entertainment.
Okay. Ozzy Trapello, tackle from Boston College. We talked about this kid. I actually like him.
Yeah.
This I like. This is a good pick.
Right to bear arms.
You already said your joke one time.
I had to say it again. Damn it.
Let's talk about Crazy Train here. That was his nickname in college, if I remember right. Okay, here we go. So Yeah, we had him as a round 3 guy again. So again, I'm not upset with that pick. That's not bad with them. Was a guy who was a left tackle primarily. Again, you need a lot of help with the offensive line in there. So you got to keep Caleb Williams upright. So, all right, here we go. Let's get into the picks that I now know so we can have everything in order. Raiders took Tate Rutledge, guard out of Georgia. And then, well, guess what? The Raiders took Jack Beck. That's such a Raider move to do that. Let's load up our thing on him. There we go. Jack Beck, TCU. This past season, 62 catches, 1,034 yards, 9 touchdowns. But literally before that, he had 146 yards, 200 yards, 48 yards. A little early for a guy with that kind of production there, in my mind. Again, TCU receivers, what do? Avoid them like the plague. Strong, good hands, good routes. Lacks the home run threat speed there, but he is definitely the contested catch guy. Again, they had 3rd, 4th round for this kid. That's a Raiders pick and a half.
Yeah.
All right. Now let's see who's next. Now that we're like multiple picks ahead of the draft. We're 2 picks ahead, guys. This is why you watch. This is why you watch. Up. We got a Packers fan in the house. Sean McGibbon. What's up, man?
The Packers.
Pack it up, pack it in. Let me begin. See, Spaz says, yes, Seth Rollins. He says, remember I called it last year, don't sleep on Jaxson Dart. Good to see you, man. Yeah, but I'm still sleeping on Jaxson Dart. I'm not a huge fan. Again, I'm liking the fact that the Giants took him because that's who they wanted. They got the best quarterback they can get. But, yeah. So, again, guys, Tate Rutledge to the Lions. Jack Beck to the Raiders. And now who we got on the clock now, then? Who's next up? Next up!
Next up.
It's not an episode if I don't say that.
Yeah. But
it's
yeah,
like my calling
have to
card.
go take care of the dog real fast. Be right back.
Alrighty. Go for it. All right, so let's see who we got next here. That puts the Raiders up on the board next. So you got Raiders, Broncos, Commanders, Bears again, Chiefs, and Eagles. Guys, there's not a single team that needs Shedeur Sanders in that mix. Unless somebody wants him as a backup. That's crazy. That's like, whew. This guy's going to be a 3rd round pick. Tate Rutledge, they're talking about him. Guys, that's a good pick for the Lions. Team has had a good offensive line. I like Rutledge a lot. Probably, going to be a true guard with experience, which is a rare thing in this draft here. A lot of the guys we're talking about, they're going to play guard, are really guys who are playing tackles, like Will Campbell went to the Patriots early on. Shorter arm people, they're going to have to just convert over as they go. Rutledge is a true guard. There's a couple guys that Georgia interior offensive line is going to have some good players coming out of it there. As they say that, I just say that all of a sudden they're showing the next gen stats, top 3 interior offensive line athletic scores. Rutledge, Wilson, and Fairchild, all from Georgia. I'm telling you, all 3 of those guys can get picked probably today, and all 3 of those guys have a chance to start in the NFL. That's how good that Georgia interior offensive line was this year. So, as they're showing him hunting a turkey for some reason, I'm not sure what the hell's the stuff they show in the draft. You just gotta fill the space somehow. But again, Ravens on the clock here. Let's see if we got anything here. Ooh. Wow. Here we go. Mike Green to the Ravens. We talked about this kid slipping. This kid was the one from Marshall. A little bit of a skinnier, edge rusher, but really had a great year with them. Let's load up our write-up here on them. Let's see here. Pass rushers. We had him ranked higher than a lot of the guys that went already in this draft here. Really performed well at the Senior Bowl. 6'4", 248 pounds, just 21 years old. The 248 pounds obviously scares some team off. also I heard a lot of personality issues. That's a concern depending on what it is they exactly saw. But first team All-American, Sun Belt Player of the Year last year. And this is, again, at Marshall, so obviously not the largest school in the world, but 84 tackles, 23 tackles for loss, 17 sacks. 92.4 PFF grade, guys. I don't care if you're playing at a smaller school. You're doing that level of dominance. Again, you would have done very well for yourself at any school you went to. Flat out, any school you went to. He's a high motor. He's got great pass rush moves. He does have trouble bigger blockers. He's not the best tackler in the world. We had him like round 1, round 2. So getting him at the tail end of round 2, that's a steal for the Ravens there. Absolutely a steal. The biggest thing is how well some of this stuff is going to translate from Marshall to the NFL. And now, what's going on with him while he slid? Again, I'm hearing personality issues. I'm hearing some attitude issues. The good news for him is he goes to the Ravens, who, minus the issues with their kicker right now and massage parlors, you got a guy who literally is going into a great situation if he does have personality attitude issues. The Ravens are a well-built franchise that have been succeeding for many, many years. That's the perfect spot to drop a kid in there that needs some guidance in his early life. Let's be honest here. 21 years old, how many of us are doing stupid decisions, saying stupid things? So I'm not going to hold him against anything like that unless he did anything crazy, like illegal or horrible that we haven't heard about there. But again, potential steal there. I think he's going to be a guy who's going to start off as a situational pass rusher for them. They're trying to see if they get a couple pounds on him, see if they can get him into a full-time starter there from there. So let's see here. So we got who's on the clock now. So that puts the Broncos on the clock there. So who have they taken so far? Broncos picks. There we go. Let's see who they got. Okay, Barron they got. They haven't taken the running back yet, have they? We all thought they'd take a running back. I'm trying to see a full list. It's hard to keep track each individual team. Let's see here. Picks so far. Would help if I can spell. Yeah, I'm trying to see. I'm still not seeing it. So it might be their second pick. If that's the case, then yeah, go with the running back if you want one. This is a good spot to get a running back here. Still a ton on the board. Caleb Johnson of Iowa, I still think is a guy that I would take shortly. I think he's going to be a really good player. I don't know if he's going to be a third down kind of guy. Hasn't really had experience to do catches yet, but again, they didn't ask him to do in Iowa. It's not that he can't. It wasn't part of their offense. Then you got the Commanders after that, so we can see what our NFC East opponents do, and then the Bears, who I feel like have been up like every single other pick now today. But they've only actually picked 2 players because of trades, and again, the players they picked we haven't been fully impressed with at all. So let's see. It's third time's a charm for them. So, guys, 99 is coming up. I'm sorry, 99. That's the pick we traded away there. But the Giants pick is coming up here soon, pick 65, as we start the third round. You got just, 5 more players to go, and then we're there. Let's take a look here what we got as far as the best available players on here. Again, defensive tackle is a spot I thought we would go potentially. Darius Alexander still there. That's kind of shocking to me to a certain degree. Some guys had a late first round, early second round. We had said probably third round pick for him. Always a little scary when there's a guy coming in from a smaller school there. But again, looked really good at Senior Bowl. That's a potential for us there. A guy I mentioned literally just a moment ago as well, Caleb Johnson could be a guy as well. Had a really, really good season there for Iowa. Same as Cam Scatabo, obviously, is a bigger name as well. I think he's probably more of a fourth round guy. But I do think the Giants are going to pick at some point here a running back. So they could do a whole lot worse, that's for sure. I know you guys are going to ask offensive line because let's be honest, the Giants always need offensive line. Looking at best players available still here at this point, you got Charles Grant from William and Mary, another small school kid. Cameron Williams out of Texas that we really didn't like at all in our evaluation. They're kind of like a fully on, you're going to try to see what you can do out of him kind of guy. Marcus Mbao out of Purdue is still available if you want to go with a guy who played tackle in the in the collegiate level there, but is going to have to move into guard at the NFL level. You got Dylan Fairchild, we talked about a little bit ago there, as far as one of the more athletic interior offensive linemen there. Wyatt Millum out of West Virginia, a guy with a lot of experience there, but definitely a guy that does still need some work. Let's see here. I know someone's going to ask about a weapon for for our Jaxson Dart or Russell Wilson or whoever. Seems like wide receiver is a topic Giants fans keep bringing up. Top rated ones left. Jalen Knoll out of Iowa State. The guy, quite frankly, I don't like. He's an underwear Olympics champion from the combine. Jalen Royals from Utah State. That's the guy, if you really want one, I would take a risk on. I just don't think we need one. I take the kid at Stanford first, that to me is where I would go. But interesting. Like I said, we got options here. Everybody was acting like we, weren't going to get anybody good here. But, Jared Wilson, you still have him as well, the center, if you want to redo this whole center thing. I don't think we go that route there, but let's see. Let's see what happens. But it depends on who else goes here in this. Still got 5 more players going to go ahead, but corner's definitely a spot you can say as well. Again, Siobhan Ravel is still sitting there as well. Again, a guy coming off of an ACL tear, but a guy that I think that had a really good start to that before that injury. And it's an interesting guy for the Giants to pick potentially because you can let him sit for a year as like your third corner. A guy that's coming off the bench in passing situations, ease him in. And then if Deonte Banks doesn't shore up, you go ahead and just move on. Because this is Deonte Banks' 3rd season. You can move on next season, just eat the money for the 1 year and move on and call it a day. Or just tell him, hey, we're going to keep you 1 more year as a backup. We're just not going to pick up your 5th-year option. Trey Amos is still available too out of Ole Miss. If you want to go with a Jaxson Dart teammate there at the corner position as well. But I definitely think Ravel is the guy to go with. Again, depending on what's going on in the medical. Kevin Winston Jr., safety out of Penn State. Other guys had injury issues though, or Xavier Watts, the safety out of Notre Dame. Either one of those is a potential option as well, as I can see the Giants sitting there saying we want a 3rd safety. I don't think that they're a big fan of Dean Belton, this front office there. He kind of playing time cut down pretty good there in that 2nd season with the Giants there. So we'll see what happens there. We got a couple picks to go. Let's see if we got any more picks that are listed here. Let's see. Nope. Still got the Ravens as the last pick there. So we're still waiting on next up there with the Denver Broncos. Still shocked Mike Green, though, dropped the Ravens. I was glad the Eagles didn't get him. I was worried that was going to happen. That'd be a typical Eagles pick there. Jared Bush is what's the next pick for the Giants, and what should they get 3rd round? That's pick 65 coming up here shortly there. That's the only pick the Giants have tonight. Again, I don't think this is a spot for the Giants that you sit there and say, oh, they have to get this player. I never like that kind of thing. I think to me, you just take who you think is the best player on your board in the position in need, regardless of what that position is going to be. So TV is catching up with us. It's been a while since we've heard a new pick, that's for sure. But let's see. Kind of shocked I haven't heard anything in a while here. Broncos, like I said, Broncos up. I would have thought running back, just because I know they need a running back. They want to get a running back at some point here. Maybe Caleb Johnson is the guy they get. Let's see. Keep on trying to refresh this for you guys here so I can get you the up to date here. Because they're just now on TV showing Mike Green. We've been talking for the last 10 minutes with him. Let's see here. Got any more picks? The picks dry has ran. The well has been dry here. As they're showing now, again, Mike Green. That's potentially the steal of this round. This kid's going to be good. I'm telling you, he's going to be good. Gonna have to put a little weight on, I think, in the NFL. I think he's situational pass rusher, but that Ravens got a good one. What happens? Good teams get good players. I'm telling you, he really impressed at the Senior Bowl. They're showing the tape actually now on the NFL Plus. He's going to be a good one. Let's see. Come on, picks. We need more picks. Oh, I see Rob's back. There he is. Let's get him back.
In the back room.
Listen, I didn't know you were back. I'm looking for things here.
We were talking about Mike Green, how he's going to be great in the NFL, but you're looking for picks. I was going to ask you, I watched that pick come in, and I was like, man, Mike Green's going to be good for the Ravens. And like you said.
Okay, here we go. Hold on real quick, because Ian Rappaport's talking about the situation with
the pick is in for the Broncos.
Mike Green. They're saying apparently there was a couple of allegations against him doing some not nice things with women. I'll put it that way. And they said during interviews, his answers were not very good. That's why Mike Green dropped so far.
Well, sometimes you just need a meat stick out there. So it's okay if your answers aren't the best.
No, but it's not.
No
not
offense
in that
to Mike
situation.
Green.
Not in that situation.
Yeah.
So
you also,
if you can't answer good questions on very important legal issues, that's an issue.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if we got, because the Broncos are making the pick now, and I'm still not seeing anything yet. But Monte Ball is making the pick.
Wesley Steinberg posted that Danny DeVito wanted to trade. Okay. Sorry,
Tommy DeVito. Broncos taking R.J. Harvey, running back at a UCF. Again, what the hell are these teams doing? Got Caleb Johnson sitting there. I like Harvey, don't get me wrong. That's a good player, but that's not the best running back on the board right now.
I know you're not a fan of Peyton over there.
Peyton?
Straw Peyton?
Oh, yeah. I was thinking Peyton Manning. It's bad to hear Peyton, I think Manning.
But he also took Bo Nix kind of early last year. We were like, what's he thinking? And Bo Nix kind of balled a little bit this year. He definitely wasn't. He
had a better than expected season.
Well, I mean, he was a rookie thrown into what was thought to be a below average bad team, which kind of made a run to the playoffs. And he was middle of the average. Listen, if we had Bo Nix play like that for the Giants, we would be ecstatic. So to say he had an above average season or above
he did have an above average season. But because he's not a Giant, to hyperbolize this to make it seem much better than it actually was.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I feel like Peyton, he picked out a little bit of his magic there. So just take
by the way, the Commanders are about to make their pick, but R.J. Harvey, real quick, at a UCF this past year, 1,577 yards. We liked him. We said day three pick. Day 3 pick. He's 24 years old. He's a little older. A little more miles on those tires already. Here we go. Trey Amos, corner out of Mississippi, Ole Miss. They're saying defensive back, so I don't know if that's what they had him left at there, but good, solid pick by them. I won't give them any trash for that whatsoever. That's a good, solid pick.
Yeah.
He's definitely the ball hawk kind of mentality here. Let's see here. Let's go to our write-ups we have.
You have balls. I like balls.
Whoa, what the hell? By the way, that's going to be our new YouTube clip.
Well, great. There's a trademark thing because it was definitely from Team America.
Oh, not anymore. Anyway, Ole Miss, 6'1", 190 pounds, 23 years old. This past season, 50 tackles, 4 tackles for loss, 3 interceptions, 13 passes deflected. I remember this kid. He's like, so basically the biggest issue with him is the 190-pound thing because he's very, very undersized to be even in college at that size, NFL let alone. He's a bad tackler. He gets trouble getting off blocks. He's bad in the run game. But he's got the if you want just coverage alone, like he's probably the best cover guy left in this draft. Again, you got Siobhan Ravel. That's one guy you could make the case for potentially. But yeah, he is specifically, like I said, a really good cover guy. You'll probably start him off if you can as a cover guy, specifically in nickel and dime packages. Try to get him to add a little weight there and see if you can get him into a full-time starter there. But in a pinch, you can probably start him. But that's a good pick. That's a good pick right there. I'm giving
Commanders of the old.
I'm giving kudos to the freaking Commanders and the Cowboys and the Eagles in this draft. I don't like that. I do not like that, Sam. I do not like green eggs and ham.
I mean, I don't like it a lot at all, but we usually give kudos to a lot of the Eagles picks.
We do. Listen,
they have a tendency to draft well the past decade.
We do try to be honest with our assessments of the players. We do. So regardless of who takes them at that point there. And that's the nice thing about the fact that you can go back to our tape and see what we said about them ahead of time. Like there's no BSing. Oh, he got picked by the Eagles. He sucks. Like we said point blank, Campbell was one of the steals of the first round. This kid was a mid-first round grade. They got the very last pick at the draft. Like if the Giants didn't need a quarterback so bad and were trading back up in the first that they did, I would have said take Campbell in a heartbeat. So
I almost would have been upset if they didn't.
Only because we need a quarterback so bad.
I was about to say, but we really needed a quarterback.
We need a quarterback. Maybe, should I change my gnome now? need a quarterback.
You should get rid of the Q part of it and just leave the C.
A CB? You want a CB?
A quarterback.
A cornerback? Is that what you want? Let's see.
That's what I just said. Yes.
Yeah. I'm just making sure I'm hearing you correctly. I'm sorry for verifying I heard you correctly.
You're one of those.
I'm one of those that has trouble hearing because he's exhausted.
Wake up.
Have some coffee up before you
go.
I don't have any more coffee lozenge things here. I need some more.
Actually, I was taking care of the dog, and I told her that's my coffee on the pot.
Womp. Good old coffee. Coffee. I did just place a drink order, by the way.
Through your wife?
Yeah, of course. I asked for some electrolyte water. My throat is getting a little dry.
Electrolyte water.
Yeah.
Is that what you call it these days?
Yes.
I will partake in some of that electrolyte water.
Yeah. Pick is in, by the way, for the Bears. I don't see who it is yet, but let's see. I feel like Connor Hughes must be doing a segment for TV because he's been disappearing again. Maybe he's preparing for the Giants pick.
Maybe
he did disappear a little bit before. Then he posted a video of him talking about the Jets. So I'm assuming that he had to do something for SNY.
Oh, maybe.
Look at that. Sense. 20th overall, Shedeur Sanders. Could we have gotten Shedeur Sanders at pick 65?
Watch.
Oh my God.
Watch.
The Giants could have got. Oh my God.
Would you be mad if they take Shedeur after taking Dart?
Yes, 100%. 100% to be pissed. You've already made your player a quarterback. You're not getting another damn quarterback. Plus, when you do cut Jameis Winston, so you have the spot for him.
Someone definitely pay for it. Winston.
I'm just saying, you made your dart bed. You got to lie in it now. You see, it was a Bleacher Report did the thing on the short where it was an animated version of Brian Dable going draft board, dartboard, draft board, dartboard.
No, I didn't see that.
Oh my gosh!
But did you see that? I was in the back room and I was laughing about it. But did you see that the Wesley Steinberg account?
No, oh, yeah, I did. But hold on 1 second here. Bears take Shamar Turner, defensive tackle, out of Texas A&M. Not a bad pick there. That's not a bad pick.
No.
Darius Alexander, though, still sitting there for Toledo, by the way, guys. I'm telling you right now, this is going to fall. Wait to the way the Giants that I would love for it to fall. Like, Alexander's the guy I wanted. I'm kind of hoping here. And I'm not usually big on I want the small school guy. Usually I want the big school guy. But this is interesting situation developing. I'll put it that way. Because if the Giants can get that kind of player, we just got some good moves here.
Yeah.
So Kansas City Chiefs, Eagles, and then Giants, guys.
We're coming
That's where
up.
we're at. I'm coming up.
So, yeah. Wesley Steinberg earlier puts Giants quarterback Tommy DeVito is ticked off about the Jaxson Dart pick and plans to demand trade.
Oh my God. Tommy DeVito, listen, I'm telling you right now what's going to happen. Tommy DeVito is going to be on the practice squad. Yeah, they're already out there. I don't know who's coming out there, but somebody's walking out there doing a D-Generation X thing. I'm assuming, is that what that means? Or, I don't know. That's Dante Hall. That's the human joystick?
That's not DX, but I guess so.
I don't know. I'm old.
DX is usually...
But he's old too, so...
Open hands.
That kid was young. Oh, here we go. We got the run on defensive tackles going here. Omar Norman Lott from Tennessee. That's the really athletic defensive tackle they had. Undersized. Definitely a guy that's going to have to probably add a few pounds and be a little bit of a situational guy to start off with there. But decent player. Again, for where you're getting him at the very tail end of the second round, considering the run on defensive tackles there's been, it's not a bad pick at all for the Chiefs. So,
yeah,
Chiefs doing Chief things, taking good solid players. Because I think he's definitely a guy that's got a decent floor. Like there's not a lot of risk with him. Because I think at the worst case scenario, he's a situational defensive tackle. Which isn't a great from a second round pick, but he's not going to be a guy out. You know,
yeah,
he's not going to be a guy out of the league.
He's also surrounded by a good coaching staff, so
yep,
he's going to be elevated.
Yep,
and like Kansas City is like one of those teams that like no one really talks about with their lines, but both their offensive and defensive lines have been pretty solid.
Their defensive line, yes. Their offensive line is, I feel like, it's been a work in project for the last 5 years.
Working project is the top 15, yes. Top 12, mate, probably.
What caused the Chiefs to lose both the Super Bowls they lost?
But also what kept them in the Super Bowls they won.
I'm just saying their offensive line's been a problem. I think
a problem in the Super Bowl, not a problem in the regular season, not a problem in the playoffs.
I mean, problem from injuries is what it's been.
Yeah,
that's really what.
The blame it like.
We get blame. We get blame in our offensive line. It's always
just because they're terrible. It's a difference.
An injured piece of poop.
Yeah.
So, all right. Let's see here. So
Eagles pick us in. My screen froze.
You know they're gonna get somebody good, probably. I hate to say at this point.
And after watching a commercial that has Barkley in it,
I'm hearing things. I don't know. I am not seeing things that I trust.
What are you hearing, Drew?
I'm hearing things. Thank you. I'm hearing that I have water.
Jackie, can I have some too?
She's not in the room anymore.
Okay.
All right, let's see here. I'm trying to see if I see a source, not just some random guy that I somewhat know that's on Twitter. Before I say it. Let's see. I know the Giants are on the clock, so the pick is in. Oh my God. Okay,
God.
I'm just going with it. I'm going with it, guys. We got 2 picks here to go. First off, Andrew Makuba, Texas safety to the Eagles. But guess what, guys? We don't get a chance to talk about what the Giants are going to do because the Giants are doing what the Giants are going to do here. Giants taking Darius Alexander, defensive tackle, out of Toledo. We got our guy.
Toledo!
We got our guy. Listen,
Damn.
it hasn't even come on the TV yet. I don't think they've even announced on who the Eagles
No,
are.
they haven't announced the Eagles yet.
We got it. We got it here. That's what this is. That's what the breaking.
Listen, this is like
breaking
like,
again from Connor Hughes. I want to give for him, for a friend of the show there. I want to give him the credit because that's who we're getting this from. But guys, here's what we gave on him. Again, out of Toledo, 6'4", 310 pounds, 40 tackles, 8 tackles for loss, 3.5 sacks, an interception, which was for a touchdown. You don't see a big guy getting a touchdown very often off a pick. 4 passes deflected, a 90.1 PFF grade, guys. Again, what do I say? Small school, you need to dominate. You got to be that guy to dominate. That's a nice dominance there. 13 All-MAC, 23 and 24. He excelled at the combine, point blank. Which, again, I call it underwear Olympics, but you see the athleticism out of him there. Was really good at the Senior Bowl as well. He's stronger than his size would expect. He is a good anchor also when needed there. He's a run stopper. As far as the issues, he does over pursue at times. He does lack a little bit of finesse. Point blank, he needs coaching. That's most small school kids. This is a guy that I really like, though. I am pumped about this one. This is not anything that I am wondering about at all. Like I am very happy with this.
Yeah. So, Drew, since this is our one and only pick,
yes,
I expect it tonight. Rate Shane now. Now he has 4 drafts. He's had 2 bad drafts. Last year was really good.
I can't rate this one. I can't rate this one. It's not, first off, the draft itself is not done yet.
It's not done yet, but
instant reaction, which we'll be doing Sunday at 1 p.m. By the way, guys. But
tune in tomorrow.
Shameless plug. Yeah. But tomorrow, don't tune in tomorrow. Sunday at 1 p.m. But I'm not going to sit there and judge a class when we're halfway through it, and I'm not going to judge a class that hasn't stepped foot on the field yet. I can give you my instant reaction, but again, we say this all the time. The GMs and these front office guys have a lot more access to stuff than you and I do. But as of right now, what did I tell you yesterday? I gave it an A+ yesterday. Based on the available players, they had a guy who point blank was the best available defensive tackle, which to me was the position we needed to potentially look at because of just the needs in the roster. And you got a guy who's, to me, I thought should have been drafted ahead of guys who already went.
Yeah.
You got Alfred Collins already taken off the board. Omar Norman a lot already taken off the board. Like these guys to us were not as good a prospect as Darius Alexander. We had him right up there with TJ Sanders, who went in the first half of the second round. So yeah, this I like. This I like a lot. I'm pretty pumped.
Yeah. I'm ecstatic. Like this is, to me, like thus far, like this is reminding me of the draft class of last year. But then again, like you said, we have not seen him hit the field yet.
No, and that's the problem you're into.
So obviously you could be ecstatic every draft class, especially in the middle of the draft. Like, oh, you're late in round 3 and you're that ecstatic. Like, how do you think the Bears felt last year?
Yeah, the Bears felt really good because they got Caleb Williams no matter what after that. But
yeah, well, I'm saying like
difference.
They had 2 first rounds last year. They had this and that. Like, you could be ecstatic watching a draft, like you're saying.
Here's the thing, though. Were you ecstatic when we got Evan Neal and Kayvon Thibodeau?
Ecstatic might be stretching it, but like I was happy. Like I thought, like they're potentially great players. I don't know when I say I'm ecstatic now. Actually, that's a lie. But yeah, I'm like borderline ecstatic because thus far, like the picks have been pretty solid.
I said I'm as
The
happy
moves.
as can be with these picks.
Yeah,
I don't like Jaxson Dart too much, but I love the fact that this was in their eyes the second best quarterback in the draft. They went up and got him and beat the Rams, beat the Saints, beat the Browns for him. I like the Abdul Carter because I don't think they got a decent option to trade down. So that was the second best thing for them to do at that point, was take the most talented guy on the board. And then you throw in the fact that now they have a position of need. There was a guy who was dropping, and they took him. Darius Alexander is going to be a good player, guys. He's not going to be the star player. He's going to be a true, solid player. That's what this kid's going to be.
He's going to pack his lunch, bring it to work, and do his thing.
Yeah, I like I said, I'm liking this personally a lot. I like what's going on with this trade, this draft overall. I think that point blank, this is, and I'm like the negative one here. This is an excellent draft so far. Truly is. By the way, Jason Sehorn is up there right now announcing the trade. So this is the kid that point blank, guys. If you listen to anything on the Senior Bowls, this is where he made his mark, point blank. And a lot of people actually, what got him on the map originally was Quinyon Mitchell when he was coming out of Toledo last year. People kept seeing him on the tape. But watch him excel, especially putting him next to Dexter Lawrence, because, and I'm watching some of the Senior Bowl tape they're showing now, he's got some pass rush moves, guys. This other guy's going to really help get to the quarterback. And he's that guy that you may not see the sacks, you may not see the tackles for loss, like some of that kind of stuff, but he's the guy who gets to disrupt and move the guy to the wrong spot, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
he's that guy that breaks the pocket down. So yeah, this is a nice pick, guys. This is a really nice pick. Let's see. Sean asks, who is your top available left? Let's see. Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
Well, listen, Harold Fannin Jr. I've been talking about for a while now. He's the guy that I'm shocked is still available. He's probably my top non-quarterback that's still there. I think he's really, really good. As we got another pick in, by the way, guys. Another pick is in. Let's see here. The Chiefs are making their pick. Ashton Gillott out of Louisville? Really? Wow. We had this kid day 3 all day long. Far be it for us to tell the Chiefs they're wrong, because they do well. I'm not going to be that conceited, but we literally had him as the 15th overall edge rusher in this draft. Actually, we did say round 3 for him though, so I thought we said day 3. We did say round 3, so but still, we have Birch from Oregon, Ivy out of Ole Miss, Kennard out of South Carolina, Swinson out of LSU. A couple of guys. Stewart out of Michigan, all better than him. What is going on with Landon Jackson, though? He's dropping like a freaking rock. We had him like a guy that we thought would go like early 3rd round. And considering how many people that we have after him that end up going in the 2nd round, I'm really questioning what's going on with this kid.
Yeah, it's
Is there like bad news we haven't heard about him with injuries or women
coming
out with allegations like it was with Mike Green apparently? It just seems like a big drop. And it's weird you don't hear about these things. They don't talk about it during the show. Like, oh yes, by the way, we heard this is why he dropped. Well, then why don't you freaking say it while we're going? Where is this guy?
Yeah, right.
Oh my gosh. Whew. At least we can't be upset tonight. We can't be upset. They literally got the guy we mocked multiple times to the Giants in this exact spot. Did we mock him to the Giants in our final mock even at this pick?
I want to say yes.
I think we
Let's
did.
say we've
I
done
think we
this
did. Somebody
multiple
did
times.
mock drafts. Who knows? But I'm pretty sure we did. I'm like I said, I'm liking this. Talk about defense, guys. Look at the additions on this defense. Like this is a much different Giants defense. I'm telling you right now. Next year, like this is another nice addition. He's gonna might need a little work coming from a smaller school, but this is another nice addition there. So you got Darius Alexander tonight out of Toledo. You got obviously Carter out of Penn State there, the 3rd overall pick.
Well, Carter's just in himself.
I know,
game changer. But
yeah, but I'm saying like
we went from like a defense when healthy last year that was like above average, if you will, to a defense is like has the potential to be like a top. Definitely top 10, top 5.
We talked about it yesterday with getting Dexter Lawrence, Kayvon Thibodeau, Brian Burns. You add Abdul Carter. Now you add also Darius Alexander to that. You go get Javon Holland and Paulson Adebo in the free agency to shore up the secondary. Guys, this is a much better defense than last year. And this defense, before all the injuries, was not the problem. I know Giants fans keep talking trash about the defense. The defense was a whole lot better than the offense. Whole lot better.
That was listen, we didn't win many games last year, but that's what kept us in the games we won was the defense. And like we lost a lot of games because the defense was injured. And
towards the end of the season, you can't. I'm second, like the first half before all the injuries hit.
I'm saying
you were averaging points against per game. At one point, we literally led the league in sacks. You add Abdul Carter, Darius Alexander, Paulson Adebo, and Javon Holland to that defense. That's 4 guys right there. That is a nice addition here, guys. Like I said, I am really excited about what this defense could do. And it's weird for the 3rd round pick to be the guy that really pumps me up, but I know it's weird. What else
did he do to you, Drew?
What?
So what else did he do to you?
Not telling. Let's see. Joseph Wilcox says Sanders going to the UFL. I don't think they want him at this point.
That's just what a crazy story about Sanders. Like,
yeah. This is oof. Here we go.
Talk about how the gray has fallen.
Cleveland Browns select Harold Bannon Jr. Bowling Green. Here he goes. See, Bowling Green does exist. Guys, I'm telling you right now, this is a nice move for whoever the hell is going to be the quarterback in Cleveland. But you know what this how many picks has Cleveland had and not taken Shedeur Sanders, guys?
Yeah.
God damn, like we're getting complaints. We took a quarterback at least. So yeah, that's just is Kenny Pickett the guy?
I guess so.
Oh my gosh. Like it's just absolutely crazy here. Let's see. I'm trying to see all the picks here. So yeah, we got they've only taken 4 players. They don't pick again to 94. Oh my god. When is Shedeur gonna go? Like, is he gonna go like day 3? Is he gonna go literally from a 3rd round pick to a day 3 pick?
A 3rd round pick to a day 3 pick?
Say 3rd overall pick, I should say.
Yeah.
Way to correct me again. So mean.
I'm used to it from you.
No, it's okay. It's crazy. Raiders are on the board, by the way. They're making their pick right now as we speak. Here we go. They stopped talking trash.
Here we go.
Stop talking trash. Is this where you do it? Is this where you do it?
I don't think so.
Here we go. You stop talking already. You stop talking, Wisniewski. Like Wiskowski.
Hello,
There we go.
boys.
There we go. Darian Porter, corner out of Iowa State. I told you, Iowa State's got a lot of kids that are like getting drafted here. That's definitely not the school you expect. What I will say is this is definitely what I expect out of the Raiders. I mean, this is definitely a Raider pick. Where's our write up on him? Here we go. So mostly a special teamer until just last year. Former wide receiver. He wasn't even considered a decent prospect until he blew it out of the water at the combine. That's what really got him. He's literally under 400 career snaps in coverage in college.
I mean,
Under 400.
the thing you have to like question is obviously people scouted him.
Yep.
Was he not utilized correctly in college? Or
Are you suggesting that Iowa State would not be the excellent school for?
Or did they
By the way, Patriots pick is
correctly? And the scout report is a little fluffed, if you will. Well, the draft day. No, yeah. Top. Yeah.
There's some players I wouldn't go near. That's one of them.
Yeah.
Let's see. Next up, like we said, is the
Patriots on the clock.
Patriots.
Patriots pick is in.
That's 69.
Ayo.
Ayo. Why is John Cena on here?
That pick went like right away.
Like, here you go. Shador Sanders. No, I'm kidding.
Talk about John Cena. Hey man, have you seen Jackpot?
No. I don't know what a jackpot is.
It's a movie on Prime. Hysterical.
Mm.
Have you seen Ricky Snicky?
I know what you're talking about now. I know what you're talking about now. That's the
Ricky
one where
Snicky? Hysterical.
Is it terrible?
Hysterical.
I think it's terrible. I started watching it and I didn't finish it.
Both
I only watched the first like 15 minutes of it, you know?
Oh, yeah. The first 15 minutes of it doesn't do that movie justice.
No, it's building up. It's definitely building up, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So, all right, here we go. The pick is coming up here.
John Cena looks like
John Cena is the pick for the Patriots.
He looks like Ernest on steroids with cancer.
Kyle Williams, wide receiver out of Washington State. I think this is the second guy that I don't think we even had him on our list either. Sheesh.
Let's say, yeah.
We did a lot of them. Let's see here. Yeah, no, we did not. That's crazy. I think we did like 15 receivers. Like there's
At
still
least,
guys
yeah.
we had way ahead of this guy. Way ahead of him. This is a very typical Patriots thing, though. I feel like the Patriots have gotten to the point where like the old way they used to scout players worked. They just pick whoever they think now.
Yeah.
Like, what was the guy
problem
that
is
Chattanooga State? Cole Strange, was that his name?
Yeah.
Remember Sean McVay was like, I had a third, I graded him. And he apologized afterwards because he was definitely like,
yeah. I mean, the problem is like they used to do that when you had Tom Brady in the team and they had Bill Belichick as the head coach. They got away with it because they had like a very talented quarterback, very talented coach. They could coach everyone up, and a quarterback that made everyone look great.
Lions are up, by the way, guys.
They don't have that anymore.
Yeah. Let's see what we got for the Lions. I hate when you're watching closed captioning, by the way, and they don't specify who's speaking. And like, is that the announcer? Or is that the person at the podium? Got Terry and Alexander, the corner. Let's see here. Okay. I understand there's a trade. We already know this part. 70. There we go.
The pick is in.
Isaac Tesla out of Arkansas? What the hell? What? Either we were really bad at scouting wide receivers this year, or like, like I feel like there's so many players that we had that still haven't come out, and they're taking people that we just didn't even have on our radar.
I mean, I did some homework too, and you've done some homework as well.
Yeah.
I don't recall him being that high on me.
Yeah. That was a trade, by the way. The Jaguars went down to 102, gave up a 6th-round pick this year and one next year, and they get 2 third-round picks next year. That's a pretty good trade in their part.
Yeah.
But where's Io Manor from Stanford? Like, that's a kid that should. I think everybody's ooh gaga over Travis Hunter. This is a kid that only caught 3 touchdowns against him in a game. By the way, we had a 3rd-round grade on him.
By the way,
where's Tez Johnson at Oregon? I know he's a little guy. He's a little wee guy, but still, like, that's a guy that could make some plays. Jalen Royals still available.
He's a wee guy.
I'm just saying, there's still guys that I think are better than the 2 past receivers that we had listed as higher guys there. Where's Xavier Restrepo? Like, that's the kid I still think has a high floor, low ceiling. Like, if you want just a dependable depth guy in your receiver, that already is. I mean, maybe the Titans try to get a guy for Cam Moore that he actually played with in college there. I would say Isaiah Bond, but I know he's got some legal issues there going on, I think, if I remember correctly. But again, that's just, we got reaching now. We're reaching.
Reaching.
I'm trying to see real quick. All right, let's see. Your rant about stupid moves. So the Saints are back up, guys. And we already know they took Tyler Shook. So they're not taking Shedeur Sanders. They're not taking him.
Are you sure about that?
They take him. By the way, the NFL is still showing Shedeur Sanders on the commercials like crazy. And I can't help but feel bad for the kid. It's hilarious, and yet I feel bad for him.
Listen, they're like, at this point, we might as well make you some money since you haven't been drafted yet.
Could you imagine, like, day 3? When will Shedeur Sanders go?
Oh my god!
I don't think in my years of watching football like this, scouting players, following the draft, I can't remember a guy who was a potential top 5 pick dropping to the 3rd round, let alone the 3rd day.
So,
like, you think about Will Levis was a drop, Geno Smith was a drop, Aaron Rodgers was a drop. These guys who have dropped.
Well, I was about to say, like, you got that right. So, like, you could look at
Laurel Collins. Is that who we want to look at as a comparison?
No, like I would say like a Geno, like, kind of drop. Like, he had a lot of potential, like, because his father, like,
there's he dropped to the 2nd round. We're going to the 3rd round now, and we have no clue when someone's going to take him.
Yeah, it's
like Laurel Collins was going to be like a day 1, day 2 guy, and he dropped because remember, like, didn't like, and I hope I'm wrong in how I'm remembering this because it's a horrible thing to remember. But if I remember correctly, like, his girlfriend got like murdered or something, or some girl he used to date got murdered, and there was a rumor he was wanted for questioning, but nobody knew what was going on, so everybody's afraid to take him.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, remember, like, day 3 is like, no one picked me. I won't play for you, because he wanted to be able to pick where he goes. Well, it was just smart in his part because he knew that if he was able to go where he wanted to go, he could negotiate a better contract than he might have gotten as a day 3 pick. But I was screaming the Giants just take him. I'm like, take him at the 7th round. Who cares? Just cut him
right?
if he turns out he's a murderer. I never thought I'd say that kind of phrase as a fan of the team.
Yeah, it's crazy because like there's definitely like causes of injury, this that like, but when was the last time we talked about a quarterback or just a player that could have went the draft earlier? You know,
Vernon Broughton, defensive tackle out of Texas to the Saints. Telling you guys, we're definitely hitting bottom of the barrel kind of guys. The one thing I gotta say I'm kind of shocked on, and I don't disagree with it. Let me say that up front. I don't disagree on it. But I'm kind of shocked that no one yet has taken Joshua Farmer out of Florida State. I thought somebody would be really impressed with his combine and take him. We had a 4th round graded him, so we'll see, where that falls there. But what's up with Deion Walker at this point? Like, isn't Tyreek Williams still available too? Like, there's definitely some craziness going on people's draft boards right now.
Yeah.
I'm looking right now to try to see. I don't see Tyreek, so maybe he was gone, and I'm just not remembering correctly.
I don't recall him go.
But Joshua Farmer is definitely still there. JJ Pukes is still there. Deion Walker's still there. Peebles is still there. And that's people love Peebles. Meet the Peebles. Meet the Peebles. By the way, it's from Meet the Feebles, the movie. If everybody wants to see a really messed up movie, don't watch it with your kids. We got the pick is in right now for the Buffalo Bills. But the guy is so busy talking. I hate when the old timers keep talking. Like, we don't care. Landon Jaxson, edge out of Arkansas. Finally goes.
He's edging real hard.
Listen, that's a value pick right there. He's a value pick. I really thought that he was going to be a guy that would go 2nd round. Let's see. Where's our write up on him here? Let's go to pass rushers. All right.
Lee Evans, 13th overall pick in 20.
We did say 3rd round pick on him, so he went where he should have gone. But again, he's got people that below him that have already gone. High motor guy though. Guy literally had 10 tackles for loss, 6.5 sacks. Their 1st team All SEC in 23, 2nd team All SEC in 24. So yeah, 2 years of really good play in the SEC as an edge, and you get him in the 3rd round. That's a good value.
Oh yeah.
And the nice thing is, didn't they get Bosa? Who's of course never healthy. Yep, Joey Bosa is a Buffalo Bill, and he's never healthy. That's nice insurance for them. Jets are on the clock. John Abraham is back out, guys.
And Jaxson looks like he defeated cancer. Oh my god.
What?
What?
What are you
Nothing.
What are you talking about?
That's wrong with luck.
Oh my gosh. Trying to see who it is. Oh, they got Thomas, the corner out of Florida State, who looks like he just graduated middle school next to his own family. That's not good when you look small next to your own family when you're getting drafted.
Maybe he comes from a big family. They're all Giants.
I don't think that's what they mean when they say a big family. But Asdari Thomas, Florida State.
Dude, I thought you came from a big family too.
6'2", 198 pounds, 20 years old. This is the kid from Niceville, Florida. Remember that? Niceville, Florida.
Yes.
You probably learned all about him. 52 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, interception. He's a guy who plays in his man or his zone pretty well. Did pretty good at the Senior Bowl as well. He's got good length. His biggest issues basically is he's not aggressive in pass protection. He doesn't get interceptions. He's not a dynamic athlete. He's just good enough to get by to get into the NFL, which kind of limits his ceiling to a certain degree there. But we said third round talent on him. So, Jets actually did something smart. I like 2 of the 3 picks, by the way, the Jets did, because we said Membu for them in the 7th overall pick. We were right on that one. I like Thomas here for them. I just don't like Mason Taylor. I thought that was a reach.
Yeah.
Now, I should say, I'm saying it's a reach. A lot of people that scout said it's not a reach. Some people had a 2nd round grade.
Some people.
Just not these 2 people.
Nope, not these goofballs.
Oh, my gosh. All right.
All right.
Let's see who we got next. This is moving so fast. Like coming up to the pick before we get a chance to like.
Right, Broncos pick's in. And,
Broncos pick is in. Woo. Let's keep it
I'm
going, guys. Let's keep it going.
I'm gonna run head to head. Be right back.
Don't hit it.
Well,
kick it. Anyway. Guys, let's see. Here we go. Buffalo. I'm sorry. The Denver Broncos are on the there right now. Let's see. It says that he said the pick was in. I'm not seeing that. I'm on I'm on the Twitter accounts you're looking to see, but it's on commercial on NFL Plus. Oh my God! Someone just said that Shedeur Sanders got pranked by somebody. That's pretty bad if that happens. That wouldn't be right. Like, don't even do that to people. That's not right. Let's see here. Somebody's got the picks in already. Nope. I think Connor Hughes has kind of given up and given us the early picks here. He was a good source for them at first. So we'll have to see what happens there. Denver Broncos already took the running back. That was the position we all knew. We all knew that somebody's going to take him at some point. Kind of wonder now. Giants are doing what we said. I wonder if Giants are going to take a running back at 105. That's their next pick, by the way, guys. 3rd pick in the 4th round. So 3rd pick tomorrow overall with the Titans and Jags starting off. Interesting. Got to be kind of curious to see what happens there. But again, I got to say, I'm still happy with the way this draft's working out for us, guys. Abdul Carter, we go ahead and get the guy a lot of people had the 1st overall on the board after looking at trade down, not getting any good options. Go get the best quarterback in the eyes of the Giants. Again, I'm not a fan of Dart personally, but that's what they got. Now you go ahead and get Darius Alexander, who I think is underrated. I think he's going to be better than people think he is. Again, I'm not saying he's going to be a star. I think he's going to be a solid starter in this league for many years. And I think you get that in the 3rd round, it's a good pick. That's what you want in the 3rd round. You want a guy who can start. These guys being drafted, guys, I'm telling you, point blank, they should be starters or at least contributors on their teams. That's what you want of a third round pick. You look at Drew Phillips last year. He was a 3rd round pick. That's the kind of production you should have. No more Josh Zudus and all. We can't keep accepting that kind of crap. So let's see what happens here. Denver Broncos, again, like I said, still on the clock. I'm still looking to see if I get anything for you guys early on this pick. As lately, the TV's been kind of catching up with us there. I'd say it's safe it's not going to be Shedeur Sanders. I still can't believe that. That's talk about a fall from grace, guys. That is quite the fall from grace. Let's see. See if we get anything here. They're coming out to make the pick, so we're going to have a pick here in a moment, regardless if I get it early or not. It doesn't seem like I'm going to. Just based on that. All right, let's see here. All right. If they stop talking, I'd say we got to get rid of these like ex players that are current players that just keep want to talk. Here we go. Pat Bryant, wide receiver out of Illinois. I know there's a lot of people that really like Pat Bryant. Wasn't one of our guys, but I do know there's a lot of people that like him. Get another weapon at that point there for Bo Nix. Let's see. Oops. Trying to see if I got a write-up for you guys in here. I can't remember if Pat Bryant made our list. I don't think he did. No, he didn't. We didn't even have him in the top 15 wide receivers. Again, it's a lot of wide receivers that are still out there that we had our top 15 that for whatever reason are not making it the list here. Again, medicals. Sean says, why do you think Sanders is dropping? Because from the sounds of it, again, the reports you hear today, and again, obviously, we're focused on mostly what's going on with the Giants. The reports today were Shedeur Sanders was literally in the meetings with Brian Dable and didn't do the homework, didn't learn the stuff that Dable asked him to learn beforehand. You know, if that's the way he's going to act in those meetings, no one's going to pick him. I do find it a little crazy he's dropped this far, though. I thought he would go early today, but apparently that's not the case. He might be going early tomorrow. Who knows? Let's see here. 49ers about to make their pick here. Again, if they stop letting ex-players keep talking for hours. Here we go. Nick Martin, linebacker, Oklahoma State. Guy, we didn't even have on our board there because of the injury in 24. Didn't really, he's kind of a guy we were questioning overall, but again, lost a good part of his season there. Obviously, they must have liked what they like in 23. A very productive 23 he had, but didn't quite make our board, that's for sure. So let's see here. That puts the Dallas Cowboys up next, guys. So regardless of who they pick here, we hate them. That's what it is. But, you can't, again, the Niners there, I got to say, it's one of those teams I don't want to question. They've done pretty good with drafting. John Lynch has put together a good front office, and they've done pretty good with it. I like Williams. They got the kid out of Georgia. I think Collins was an early pick for them out of Texas, but I think he's a developmental pick. So they're trying to rebuild the defense here. That defense, they've lost a lot of players, but they've also lost a lot on offense here. Brock Purdy needs some help. Watch him go get a running back later on, just in case of an injury to, what's this? Oh, I thought I was saying something happening here. I thought there were closed caption looked like there was about to be a trade there, but yeah, just in case something happens to Christian McCaffrey, it would make sense. So, all right, Cowboys are up. Let's see what we got. Travis Frederick's given their pick. Very good center for a while. Siobhan Revel Jr., quarterback out of East Carolina. Guys, whew, I feel like I'm giving you guys good reviews on a lot of the NFC East teams, and I hate to do that. This is one that I do like a lot. Cowboys, I think, got a good pick here. And I got to imagine there's some people a little worried about his medicals potentially because we had him like a second-round guy, and here he is going to the third round. Somebody I thought might even sneak into the end of the first round and get him here. Comes from a smaller school, obviously, in East Carolina. Had the ACL tear, which took a lot of his season away from him this past season there. But this was the guy that I really thought would go quicker. This is a little, like I said, a little bit of a shocker for me here. We had him actually as our fourth best corner in this entire draft. Great size and length. He's fluid in movement. He helps also in run defense. He's not afraid to come up and hit. He's been great on special teams. He blocked multiple field goals actually for East Carolina. He needs some help though. Needs a little time to work some of the procedural kind of moves there of his systems there. His bad timing on jams. He's been manipulated by quarterbacks' eyes before. He also needs to learn to turn on the ball a little quicker there. We did say day 2 for him, so it's still technically correct on where we thought he'd go, but I did not think he'd last this long at all. So, like I said, solid pickup by the Cowboys, as much as I hate to say that. Oh, yes. Got to keep on with the burp here. All right, guys. This is for the Carolina Panthers, guys. And another edge rusher going. We got a little bit of a run going on these edge rushers. This one here is Prince Umanli Lemon. Probably mispronouncing that name, guys. I'm sorry. Before we do the actual episodes for the positions, I always make sure, but there's so many damn players here. Ole Miss was with Florida from 20 to 23, 6'4", 255 pounds, 23 years old, originally from Nigeria, moved to Texas, went to high school in Manor there. Second team All SEC last year, first team this year, 14 tackles, 10.5 sacks. This is a very bendy kind of guy. If you're thinking personally, oh, he needs to bend, like there's some people that are just obsessed with that. That's what he is. He's not a very physical player. There's a lot of people that accuse him of playing soft. We definitely saw that in the tape when you watched him there. But he's flexible. He's got the good bend. He's got some, physical agility that really helped him out there. He does need, like I said, I think he needs a little bulk up just a little bit there. The way he plays, not the way he is physically, if that makes sense. But round 3 is where we had him at, so it's a good pick, I think, overall. We actually had Landon Jaxson just after him, so he's technically a guy that kind of stuck around a little longer than you would expected based on where the board went with the edge guys. So we'll see how his career goes. I'm a little concerned with him having either the right coaches. We said that's what we said early on. Like he needs the right coaching staff. He's a guy that really could have benefited, kind of like what happened with with Mike Green going to the Baltimore Ravens. Getting a guy that has the right people around him that could teach him. Unfortunately, Carolina, I wouldn't say, is the epitome of veteran leadership in a room, but yeah, he's got potential. He's got potential, but he needs to find the right people to help him out or teach him to play a little tougher. Show the love he has for the game. Because listen, you can't make it this far without loving the game to at least a certain degree. At least a certain degree. So, all right, let's see what we got here. So we got the Cardinals on the clock, guys. We're at pick 78. We got 102 picks to go in this whole thing. So just heads up on where we're at there. So we are moving along here. So Cardinals already picked a little defensive help here earlier today. Let's see here. We need to find by team so I can give you guys a heads up as they go there. But listen, Shedeur Sanders overall is still number 1. You got Jared Wilson, the center out of Georgia, Jalen Noel, Iowa State. And this is all according to ESPN's, by the way. Jalen Noel, wide receiver out of Iowa State, Jordan Burch, edge out of Oregon, Kevin Winston Jr., safety out of Penn State. Caleb Johnson, I'm a little shocked no one's going to get him. He didn't show on the passing game in Iowa, but he's a hell of a runner. Jalen Royals, Utah State, definitely a guy that should have been gone by now, considering all these other wide receivers that are popping off the board, though he is a third-round kind of guy for us. Xavier Watts, kind of a little shocked he's around there. He's going to be a good player. He's got a lot of injury issues, though. That might be what's scaring people. Again, we don't have the options looking at the medicals like the teams do. Oops. As Rob back. Were you back for a while now? And I'm just talking.
I was, dude. I texted you. I was saying the picks.
You did not text me. I got my phone right here.
I just private chatted you, man. You're sitting there looking at the computer screen.
You private chatted it on there. I'm looking. I'm lost. Anyway. Blame you and your small bladder.
Dude, it's teeny weeny. I was literally talking about it because obviously, as a sales guy, I have to go to New York and Philadelphia. Those days, I do not drink water.
Yeah.
And I drink a lot of water through the day, but my God.
You missed it. The Dallas Cowboys just took Shedeur Sanders, by the way.
They did not.
I'm kidding.
I know you're full of shit because I've been listening the whole time.
I am full of shit because I haven't taken the bathroom breaks you have.
I also have not done that either.
Oh my God. Here we go. Let's see. Cardinals are up. Cardinals.
Dun, 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 dun.
Jordan Birch, edge out of Oregon. That's decent
He's
pick.
edging
Like I
hard.
said, that's where I thought he should have gone. They're listing him as a linebacker, by the way, here, but he's an edge player. That's like I said, that's not a bad spot for him. I'll accept that for them. It's not a killer move, but it's a solid move.
Yeah,
If you notice what they're doing, by the way, Cardinals, defensive tackle, corner, edge. They're determined to build up that defense.
which I mean, rightfully so.
Yeah, when you have a guy more interested in playing Call of Duty than playing quarterback, then yeah.
Yeah. Until you get a new quarterback that doesn't play Call of Duty as much.
Honestly,
It
it's got to
actually
get to
says
the point eventually with him where they're going to go, you know what? We're not winning with you, dude.
You get another year or two with him.
Yeah.
Like what's his contract at now?
Let's look.
So we got time.
Yeah. Why not? What the hell? We got like 5 more hours to go in this.
Wow.
Let's see. Kyler Murray over the cap. Got the cap details going.
Dun, 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 dun.
Texans pick is in. Jalen Noel out of Iowa State. Iowa State, 2 different wide receivers going tonight, which is where we expected. Again, this is a pick of somebody we expected to go where he expected to go. So it's about time to stop picking some random names out of a hat for wide receivers here. All right. So if they cut him this year, hypothetically, it's a $52 million cap hit. $95 million cap hit. $52 million more than his $43 million currently this year. Next year, if they cut him, his number is $53 million. If they don't cut him, if they do cut him, it's $54 million.
Oh, so it's like
27. But do a post June 1st and they can save $5 million. What should be Shedeur Sanders? The Colts pick is in.
Shedeur Sanders.
Shedeur Sanders. Listen, honestly, okay, I'm going to throw it out there. You have Anthony Richardson, who you've ruined. I'm not even blaming Anthony Richardson to a certain degree. They've ruined him.
I mean, Anthony Richardson ruined himself.
No, you shouldn't have thrown him out there so quickly. He wasn't ready.
He wasn't.
And then you go ahead, Daniel Jones.
Yeah,
Maybe
but that
it's
was super late.
Maybe it's that time. I'm just saying. Justin Wally, cornerback out of Minnesota. Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's another guy we did not have on our list here. There's some golden doomers here on the screen, but yeah, this is not a position. Not. Let's go to work. Let's go to our board here on our corners because
the videotape.
We don't have the videotape here, but let's hear. Let's see what's going on here. So Harrison went, Porter went. So Zy Alexander, you still got at LSU. Noel Williams out of California. Denzel Burke out of Iowa State. Dorian Strong, Virginia Tech. Jacob Parrish out of Kansas State. Quincy Riley out of Louisville. All those guys we had ranked above the skid.
And then some.
Yeah, who knows? He might not have been the next guy.
And then some.
Yeah. There he is. Captain Obvious for the Bengals. I feel like he is the star of the show this draft. All right, guys. I don't know who this is. in a cowboy hat, walking very slowly towards the podium here. Looks like he played for the Bengals back in 1947.
I'm so far behind in both my TVs, so
Tim Crum is his name, according to Crummery. He was a 10th round pick by the Bengals in 1983. Really, Bengals? That's the best you can come up with. Dylan Fairchild. That's the center for the Georgia Bulldogs. I actually like this pick. Finally, Bengals. It took you 4 picks to get one I like. Kudos to you guys. Kudos to you. Finally getting it right. Oh, actually, you know what? No, he was the guard, wasn't he? Jared Wilson was that. Let me see. Let me pull up my stuff. They just said offensive line. They didn't specify what I saw. There he is. Yep, Dylan Fairchild. I still do like him. Like we said, we actually had a pretty good grade on him. 14 games, 74.6 grade of PFF, 34 career games overall, second team all SEC. As a left guard primarily at Georgia. He's got a wrestling background. They're actually showing his wrestling moves right now. I don't know how the hell they got his high school wrestling tape here on NFL here. Definitely the Mauler mentality, though. Gets to the second level well. He's aggressive. We had him as a day 2 pick. So, again, he's going exactly where we thought he would. Finally, the Bengals don't make a stupid move. If anything, I feel bad for Dylan Fairchild. Yeah. You're still muted, Rob.
Yeah, no, sorry. I had a sneeze fit for like the past 2 minutes.
I had a couple myself. I don't know what's going on. Maybe we're the shitty picks by the Cincinnati Bengals.
Woo! Yeah, no. Sorry. I was listening to everything you said. I just couldn't help myself.
I can't help myself.
I gotta mute myself.
Okay, so this is right now from the Ravens.com. I figure we got a second here. We got a little slow part. Let's take a look at what's going on with this whole Mike Green situation here. Let's see. Dismissed from Virginia in September of 2022. We talked about that. There was allegations back then. 2 allegations of sexual assault against him over the years, at his college years. Never been charged, according to what we're seeing here. But like I said, I was kind of curious what exactly the background of this whole thing was. Yeah. Okay. So 2 different allegations. Between high school and college. So one of them was potentially in high school. Suspended from Virginia's football program. We talked about that before he went to Marshall's. We talked about that when we talked about him initially there. He said, I've never been questioned, never been asked. Nobody's ever asked me a question about what happened before I departed from Virginia. It's just allegations that caused me to leave. Yeah. Just allegations that caused you to leave. That's got to be some kind of reasonable allegation, I would think, for a school to say, you should probably go. Yeah. So
yeah, it's
interesting that you got an issue going on with Justin Tucker and massage parlors, and they draft a kid with multiple SA allegations.
They could go to the parlor together, I guess.
Interesting move, like I said. I like the player, the talent.
Yeah.
But if you got that many allegations against you guys, eventually something's probably there.
There's always, your story, their story in the middle ground.
There is.
To every situation, like right or wrong. But there's also the point, like you said, there's so many times a similar story could happen.
Yeah. By the way, guys,
Titans pick is in.
And I'm telling you right now who it should be. And it's not Shedeur Sanders. As Rob leaves, doesn't get to see. Oh, there he goes. It should be
Shedeur Sanders.
Restrepo out of Miami. No, it should be. That's who it should be, because you get the chance to actually get a wide receiver that worked with Cam Ward in college. That's, to me, is the right move. All right. Here we are. Let's go. Come on. Pick.
Let's go.
Pick. Kevin Winston Jr., safety, Penn State. Another guy who dealt with injuries, but listen, if it wasn't for the injuries and he lost a good amount of his season, this kid could have been a second-round pick. He had that kind of talent. I like the move for them overall, as long as the medicals work out good. You know, he's not a perfect prospect by any means, but he's a talented kid. Again, I would have done something to help my quarterbacks, but it doesn't fall flat in his face, but that's just me. What do I know?
Well, I mean, the Titans.
Yes, I remember the Titans.
They need a lot of work overall.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Like, you can't just fix the offense and expect the team to be better. They have to fix both sides of the football.
Yeah, I just, like I said, I think that this is like I said, you gotta. I feel like they're not doing anything to help the quarterback at all. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and be right back.
Ooh, it's Drew's turn to go.
It is.
Drew, you left me alone. How does this be? Well, anyway, guys out there in podcast land, Drew is a little nilly, but the Steelers are on the clock. The Steelers pick is in. Their key departures last year is obviously Russell Wilson, who went to us. They have also been targeted and been talked about possibly getting Shedeur Sanders. So is this the move to get? Did he go in the third round to get Shedeur Sanders now? Time will tell. I mean, this is a team that has obviously through the years, as any Steelers fans know, in the past like 2 decades, like Thomason, who has not been. Oh, Cleve Johnson, running back of Iowa. Cleve Johnson is now a Steeler in the 83 pick in the draft. Fantastic move by the Steelers. Cincinnati native. Yeah. This Steelers were high, quote unquote, on Shedeur Sanders. So it's very questionable. Like, why didn't he go to the Steelers? Why didn't he go in the third round? Why didn't he get pick 83? Get Shedeur. You guys are going to run off with Rudolph, like run Rudolph. They also let go of Najee Harris, which is another, I guess, big move. He showed the backfields all last year, but Najee Harris was he was supposed to be an elite guy, but obviously he was so. But the Buccaneers are also on the clock, and the Buccaneers pick is in. So not only did they get Iowa State run back for the Steelers, but the Buccaneers, Bucky Irvin. The selection is in. Cleve Johnson, Iowa State, pick number 23, third round. But here we go. Jacob Parsons, cornerback of Kansas State, goes to the Buccaneers. So the first round, they take Darren Harmon, defensive tackle, and the third round, say Khalib Johnson for the Steelers. But Jacob Parsons, Kansas State. In his 2022 and 2023, he had played 38 games. He had 5 tackles for a loss. He ran a 4.35 in a 40 dash in 2025. And yeah. And New England Patriots traded a pick. They traded Kansas City. It's some exciting news. We need to look on this. Kansas City is on the clock. And Kansas City's picks in, which rightfully so should be the case. Kansas City Chiefs select. We don't know yet. Let's go to Wikipedia. Kansas City select Noel Williams, cornerback from California, from the ACC. From Denver via Carolina to New England. That is the pick that has gone in. So, yes, Noel Williams is the pick for the Chiefs, quarterback out of California, transferred from UNVA. Let's go, Noel Williams, quarterback. He ran a 4.50 in a 4-yard dash. That's it, man. Damn. 19 reps on the bench press at the 2012 Combine. Second amongst cornerbacks. Pretty good. 19 reps for 225. Pretty solid. We did that yesterday. But yeah, guys, this draft's been thus far has been pretty killer. Jaxson made some pretty solid moves. We'll see how we do in the back end over here. But right now, everyone's talking about Noel Williams, but 203 tackles in his career, who played against California and UNLV. He had 14 interceptions, 25 pass breakups in his career. So looks like Kansas City's doing what Kansas City always does, just backing up talent they've always had, pretty much. Not always had, but yeah. Anyway, guys, let's talk about Noel Williams again.
It's me, Rob. How did I get over here?
Oh, jeez. How'd you get over there?
Well, there we go.
There it is.
Now,
We're talking about Noel Williams, who went over to Kansas City. He's their quarterback.
Okay, corner out of California.
Yep. He went over to...
that was the kid who used to play for UNLV, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. See, something's like
203 tackles his career, 25 interceptions.
By the way, when I snuck out there real quick, I did just look real quick to see how some of the videos are doing and all, guys. We've had over almost 4,000 people on just our YouTube page alone in the last 48 hours. And to be honest, most of it's the last 24 hours. So
Chargers pick is in, by the way.
Yep. So I just want to give a quick thank you to the people that are supporting us by watching the show.
Mucho gracias,
Yeah,
guys.
like I said, got to do that. But yeah, Noah Williams is a guy who is an absolute ball hawk, guys. He's a guy who could be a steal getting this late in the draft if you can develop him a little more on some of the stuff that he has to make up for it because of his lack of athleticism. That's the only concern, really. We have him as a 4th-round pick, but he could be a steal if he can really develop him and hit that high ceiling that he has.
Yeah,
he is definitely a boomer bust, which I'm okay with boomer bust this late in the draft.
Yeah, especially when you go to the Chiefs.
Yeah. Well, yeah. The Chiefs typically know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And I see Parrish went. I see Caleb Williams went to the Steelers. That's a good pick for him. Oh my God.
Especially, yeah.
There's your new workhorse back right there. All righty. Chargers. Melvin Gordon with this. Wisconsin Badgers went on. He's just living it up for the crowd here. He went to Wisconsin, didn't he? I think it's where he came out of. If I remember right.
I think so.
Everything's going by so quick. Jamari Caldwell, defensive tackle, Oregon. What happened? You just flipped somebody off.
I don't know if you had noticed a sign coming through the door.
I did not.
Go Pack Go.
I did not see the Go Pack Go.
Or a little girl giggling in the background.
I'm used to you hearing a little girl giggling in the background, but usually it's just you.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Who we got next here? We're into the Packers. I guess she should be around for that one.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Not with the Go Pack Go, but I mean, I'm not
going to. It's better than her jumping in here with, I guess, the jersey on.
Listen, I don't care because we beat the Packers to get a ring, so therefore,
twice.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, imagine having Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers and only getting 2 rings.
Yeah.
Like 30 years of those 2 quarterbacks and getting 2 rings.
Imagine Brett Favre only getting 1 ring.
Yeah.
Brett Favre, 1 ring.
Yeah. 1 ring to rule them all. All right. So Packers are up. Let's see here. I'm kind of disappointed that Caleb Johnson went to the Steelers. I was kind of hoping they might drop and think about it. Okay, here we go. Pick is in. Shedeur Sanders. Oh my God! Could you imagine?
Green Bay.
Could you imagine? Up. She's in the chat now. She's in the chat. By the way, that's 2 Packers fans in the chat right now.
Too many Packers.
She says, at least I got Wrangler jeans commercials with Favre. And don't forget Copper Tone.
This is true. And
and Sean's still there too. So you got 2 different Packers fans in the chat.
And allegedly,
going. Listen, I'm just saying. You got Copper Tone, you got Wrangler jeans, and of course you got allegations of stealing tax money from people. Just saying.
He was let go of that. So it's legit allegations, even though.
Here we go. Who's the Packers got? Savion Williams. TCU. Oh, yeah. TCU receivers really tend to do well.
Well,
she says
they're definitely.
Yeah.
They're definitely trying to give.
Allegedly, the money just miraculously went into his account. Anyway, 6'5", 225 pounds, 21 years old. Again, TCU guy. This past season, 60 catches, 611 yards, 51 rushes, 322 yards, 12 touchdowns in total there. He is one of those offensive weapon kind of guys. Doesn't quite fit in any particular spot there. He's a little big as a wide receiver. He's a little too tall as a usual running back there. You don't usually see 6'5" running backs. He's a weapon. That's what he is. He's a weapon. But TCU receivers, I'm just saying. Name me one good receiver to come out of TCU. Let's see. Let me get the list of here. TCU players.
I was gonna say, just pull it up.
Draft.
I mean, when you're 6'5" and you're playing receiver, they're definitely giving love, a little love there, if you will.
They are. Let's see. They started at 1938 draft. That's not going to help me very much here. Okay, here you go. He had I don't know if I care about a 4th round pick, but Darius Davis, 4th round pick in 23. Quentin Johnston, who's been a bust for the Chargers, 1st round pick. Let's see here. Jalen Reagor, of course, went to the Eagles. That was a great pick for them.
Pick is in for Jaguars.
Josh Jaxson. Yeah, that was a great pick. Just saying. Receivers, TCU, avoid them.
Yeah, but I mean, a fair point too when it comes to Green Bay. Not to be a Green Bay lover or hater, but they have a tendency to pick out good quarterbacks and good receivers.
Stop trying to avoid the couch tonight. Jaguars taking Caleb Ransaw, cornerback at a Tulane. What? She just tell you you're on the couch?
Now hear you laugh in the background.
It's okay. It's okay. That's why you always have a comfy couch. It's the key to any happy relationship.
I might sleep more on that couch than I do actually my actual bed.
Listen, as bad as I snore sometimes, I'm surprised I never get booted to the couch.
Touche.
I'm bad. It's like you swear it's like a vibrating bed all of a sudden because I'm snoring that bad.
Some people pay extra for that.
They do $0.25 a minute.
Yeah. Minus the snoring part.
Yeah, minus the snore. It's probably not easy. Thank God for the CPAP machine, or my wife would never get sleep.
Yeah.
All right. Jacksonville Jaguars are back on the clock again. I didn't even realize they had back-to-back picks. So
good for them.
89. Well, heck, yeah, I guess.
9.
Again, guys, we only have 102 picks to go. 100 picks to go. 102 picks in the night. It feels like 102 picks to go. 12, 13 more picks. That's it. We're almost there. We're in the final home stretch here.
It's a final countdown.
TCU wide receivers suck. Let's see. We should give a little homage to Brett Favre. I think he's the OG at messing with massage people, isn't he?
He did it before.
He did it before it was popular.
Yeah, for Rob Kennedy or whatever his face was.
No, I was thinking before Justin Tucker, before Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
Jaguars take Wyatt Millum, guard out of West Virginia. Definitely, this is the guy that's I would say the high floor, low ceiling kind of guy, kind of that low end starter, good backup kind of guy. I don't mean that as a disrespect. Again, it's the late 3rd round. If you're getting anybody at this point expecting them to be elite, that's insane. But you hope, obviously. Where'd he go here? Let's pull up our write-up we had on him. And of course, I can't even find him here. Come on. Oh, that's right. He was a tackle in college. That's why. It gets so difficult this year with all the guards, tackles, people moving over, changing positions. There we go. West Virginia, 6'6", 317 pounds, 23 years old, 47 career games in college, guys. Again, this is the guy who's well established. This past year, 11 games, 90.1 PFF grade. So really good grade there. Consensus All-American. Big. This is a guy that I'm telling you right now. 4-year starter at left tackle. He's solid. He's just not the guy that I think has a huge upside because he's a little older, got a lot of experience. I don't think he's a guy you look at and go, this guy's going to keep on just building up. It gets to a point where you're already there.
He's you kind of know what you got with this guy. Like, he's not going to embarrass himself.
We got Packers fans got one thing to say to you, Daniel Jones. Okay. Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
Sneaky in his house over here. Sneaky G-Man. Hey, guys, if you haven't already, if you're a Giant fan, and listen, there's a good chance you're a Giant fan if you're watching the show, subscribe to this man right here. Good content. Got some great guests on there, and not just the guy on the left of the screen, but he does have some really good guests on. Listen, I gotta say, he's had some really good people on there. So I got the chance to actually be on his show one time with Tiki Barber even. So I mean, like I said, he's a good guy all around too. So like I said, definitely if you guys haven't already heard of him, first off, shame on you. Second off, go ahead and subscribe to Sneaky. Sneaky man, by the way, you got me on Facebook. If you want to pop on in for a little bit, feel free to shoot me a link shoot me a message on Facebook. We'd be happy to have you pop in here for a little bit if you want. Like I said,
welcome, man.
Might as well. I mean, at this point here, it's like Rob sneaked off for 5 bathroom breaks. I've sneaked off for
2 or 3. I might go off on my 4th soon.
Oh man, dude, I gotta say, I'm gonna own up to it. When I was out there, it wasn't just bathroom. I snuck out and got some food too. I was starving. There was freshly made dumplings waiting for me.
What?
Yes.
What?
This is what happens when you marry a food blogger.
This is true. Well,
by the way, we're up to 90 people watching us live right now, guys. Thank you again for all the support, man. I much appreciate it. Seriously,
guys.
Sneaky says he's watching a movie with the family. How are you watching a movie with the family while listening to the goofballs here? At this
right.
Oh, Shador Sanders. No, I'm kidding. I'm not. It's not Shador Sanders. He says you do. Yeah, I do owe you guys. Yes, you do, Sneaky. How many times have I been on your show? It's your turn, damn it.
Come on, man. Be able to say it.
No, I'm just messing with him. Like I said, he's really good people. Seriously. I of all the Giant content creators, like there's like the infighting amongst Giant content creators at times, and I won't name any specific names.
All that crap, though.
I don't think I've ever heard a single person talk trash about Sneaky, and if they did, I'd probably slap him across the damn face. He's a good guy. So, all right, let's see who's up here now. We stopped going to Love Fest here for Sneaky. Up, Shador Sanders. See what the running joke.
Like it lies me.
Picks him. Listen, the Rams are up. The Rams are up. He said, "Shh." She just said, "No." Sneaky's being sneaky, watching the goofballs.
Sneaky is sneaky, sneaky mother effer.
Oh my god. But yeah, like I said, this is it's rare. Usually I'm upset at this point with the Giants in a draft, and I'm really happy with what they've done. Again, I don't like Darth. That's the one issue I got, but they got their guy. I'm okay with that. They got their guy, then they give up a ton of picks to get him.
Listen, I wasn't sold on Sanders, and obviously the rest of the league wasn't sold on Sanders either.
The rest of the league was definitely not sold on him.
Oh my god! We both said from the get go, get your guy, get your dude, and the pick is in.
Josiah Stewart, Michigan, goes to the Rams. Decent, I think decent depth there at the edge position for them. So
good piece. But like we said, listen, it's a quarterback position. You gotta have faith in the guy you pick. And
the two Giant Goofballs draft musical.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
But going back to
he's like, let me finish my point, God damn it. He said, have some Ritalin.
Gotta have faith. Not George Michael's, but the biscuit. The biscuit style,
listen, I actually heard that song in the car the day. I was rocking out to it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm definitely
it's funny because I sit there
rock.
listen to old school and biscuit. I'm like, And they're making a comeback these days.
They are, because again, we're old enough now to like enjoy going to see them, and we have money to do it. I actually might go see them soon. I was talking about going to see Metallica, because Metallica is going to play at Raymond James Stadium here in Tampa, and they have two nights. One of them, Pantera, is opening up. And keep in mind, Pantera, 2 members are no longer with us.
I was like, Dimebag died 20 years ago.
So yeah, he's replaced, and what's his name? Zach Wilde is now with them. Former Black Label Society. That was his band, and he was the guitarist for Ozzy Osbourne, obviously, for many years here. And I just have no interest in seeing what's left of Pantera, even though I love Pantera music.
Yes.
But the other night is Limp Bizkit and Metallica.
It's an odd combo, but
it is.
I would go see it.
It is. Like I said, I'm having fun going.
Tell me you went to high school in the early 2000s.
Hold on 1 second.
Tell me.
Baltimore Ravens take Emory Jones, offensive tackle at LSU, guys. You see, I think this is another guy we didn't even have a write-up on this. And this is what we said. Like, there was a lot of guys that were kind of like
borderline. The tackle position, like we talked about it earlier. Like there's a lot of need for it, but like the depth wasn't.
Yeah, no, we didn't have
there really, and like there's a lot of moving around in that position.
And that's the problem. Like, we did 15 offensive tackles, and there's so many of these guys that flat out were guys who were going to move into guard, and we always do it based on what position they actually played in college. So that's where I feel like half of our tackles we actually scouted were guards,
pretty much.
So Seahawks pick is in, guys. The pick is in. But yeah, you were saying, well, Little Biscuit, tell me you graduated in 2000, which I did graduate in 2000. But what's interesting though is, think about that. With 2000, when that happened, like, that was when Metallica first cut their hair and people freaked out.
Exactly. So this is what I was getting at. It was that I went to, I'm in and out of restaurants all the time because of my job. And I was talking to someone who's in their early 20s.
And hold that thought for 1 second. Seattle Seahawks just took Jalen Milroe.
Damn. For sure.
And Sean Alexander was there, and he said that's his cousin or nephew. I'm sorry, that was his nephew. Is that true? I hadn't heard of that before.
Huh.
I'm looking it up right now, and I didn't see that.
I didn't know that either.
I'm not seeing that. I don't know if he was kidding or what. Who knows? They try to be funny on these things. Jalen Milroe. So do they really have all that confidence in Sam Darnold now, or is this just backup in case?
It's definitely backup.
I'm kind of shocked if you're taking a quarterback like Jalen Milroe to be a backup. I would rather it be like the Broncos take him so he can be the next Taysom Hill.
I mean, you still get that out of Seattle.
I would say
it's not the craziest thing.
So Sam Darnold, Jalen Milroe, Drew Lock, Sam Howell, all in Seattle.
Yeah, you know what Drew Lock has done?
5 touchdowns in one game against the Polk Colts.
Ruins everyone's draft pick.
Yeah, ruin it. So we're now on to 4 quarterbacks taken, and not Shedeur Sanders. Oh my God, I feel bad for the guy. I really do.
I know. Like, at this point, you would think just he's there. Like, why wouldn't you just take him?
Yeah. I'm almost curious. I'm going to check his Twitter account. I'm curious if he's freaking out on Twitter. That's what I feel like is going to happen.
Let's see. I mean, we're live, but I doubt it because, like, I feel like he's very reserved especially compared to his old man. He's very reserved.
Oh my God, no, he is definitely tweeting. Nothing crazy though, but he's definitely tweeting. He said, "Thank you, God, for everything." 4 minutes ago. And then yesterday he said, "I'm built for whatever today may bring."
May not bring anything.
Yeah. Ironically enough, 5 days ago he said failure is not an option. Apparently it is. You failed at the draft.
Yeah. Saints have less than 45 seconds on the clock.
So Jalen Milroe, real quick, because we're kind of skipping that because I kind of broke into the Shador thing because it's insane, this whole thing. Interesting pick, I think, especially with a defensive-minded coach. I mean, do we know who they have there as far as an offensive coordinator even? I know when they wanted Kafka, they didn't get him. Who's their offensive coordinator? Quint Kubiak. Okay.
Nice.
I feel like Jalen Milroe needs to sit for like 2 years to go ahead and legit be like a guy that you can try to put out there later on. Like he's got his own wide receivers. His own wide receiver. We're giving him nasty looks at the bowl game.
Terrible.
What here then? Yeah, Jalen Milroe. We're talking about it right now. I'm trying to verify if he's actually Sean Alexander's relative here.
You find out.
Was he talking out of his tuchus? I don't see it on 23andMe.
Well, I'm going to check that in the bathroom. So we'll be right back and let you know.
Okay, well, New England Saints are coming. Jonas Sanker, defensive back out of Virginia. So, yeah, we could listen, guys. Finally, a guy that went again, another guy we went kind of where we expected him to go. It's been a kind of a crazy draft here. Let's go ahead and get him here. Sanker. Here we go. We said 4th round, so a little bit earlier than we're expected, but that's not too bad. 6'1", 210 pounds. It was a guy kind of mixed between deep and box, but a little more on the box side there. 98 tackles, 9 tackles for loss, interception, 4 passes deflected, return a fumble for a touchdown. Did have a lower PFF grade of 72.8. He's a guy that I think is going to have to make it on special teams for a little bit and kind of develop. His hips aren't very fluid. He tends to reach for tackles. He gets lost in zone coverage. But he is solid in coverage for the most part. I think, like I said, I think he needs some time. So, but we'll see what happens in, New Orleans. They're definitely having some changeover, that's for sure. The Cleveland Browns are back on the clock, for the 17th time, it feels like. Is this where Shador Sanders goes? Poor Shador. Don't close the Shador at his NFL career, guys. This is insanity. I still can't believe this. But yeah, if there's a pick that he's going to go tonight, you got the Browns right now, and you got Patriots, Eagles, Vikings. Will the Vikings take him as, protection in case JJ can't play? That'd be interesting. Because JJ, you don't know what's going to get out of him. Then you got the Raiders picking twice. You got the Falcons, the second to last pick. You never know if they're going to pick a quarterback. Let's be honest there. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens here, guys. But this is and like I said, this is a colossal collapse and fall for Shador Sanders. It's making me wonder if it's beyond the interview, that there's just something that we don't know about in his medical or something as far as an allegation of some kind. Like, I don't want to put that out there and make it seem like I'm suggesting he's definitely has it, because I don't know. I'm just thinking, to me, this is worse than just bad interview. Like, I feel like someone's going to take the risk with a bad interview eventually. We've heard other people that didn't interview correctly, didn't do the work and stuff like that. And somebody took the shot at them, basically. a guy who's a top 5 talent in a lot of people's eyes. And like I said, I thought, if you asked me a month ago, Shedeur Sanders is a Giant. No doubt in my mind. But now, now you got literally going into day 3. Potentially day 3. Woo. Pick is in for the Browns, guys, by the way. Pick is in, so we will see what's going on. This is pick 94. You can see how, like, even the teams aren't even giving the big hugs and stuff like that anymore. They're tired even. It's been a long night, guys. We are just about to hit the 4-hour mark ourselves here. And they're talking about the quarterbacks. Again, Kenny Pickett in the trade, Joe Flacco, who is, obviously up there in age, but a solid veteran presence there. Deshaun Watson's going to miss the entire season. Yeah. Could they take Shedeur? I don't know. To me, it's a little weird. I know the locker room loves Joe Flacco. I know Myles Garrett was very happy to have him back. I know that they obviously cared enough to trade for Kenny Pickett. So I don't know. But again, you need a quarterback for the future potentially. Is Shedeur Sanders going to go to the Browns? Is he going to go to the Raiders, or is he going to be going somewhere day 3? Like, at what point do you go, well, screw it, I don't even need a quarterback, but what the hell? Let me see what we got. I feel like that at some point that conversation's got to be had. Like, it's going to go undrafted. Like, oh, God damn. All righty. Cleveland Browns, here we go. The pick is coming. Dylan Gabriel, quarterback out of Oregon. Oh my God. Okay. For those of you guys who know and watch the show on a regular basis, I am a big Dylan Gabriel fan. This kid, I'm telling you, he's 5'11". If he was 6'2", he would be, I'm telling you right now, probably a second-round talent. And that doesn't sound like a massive thing at that point to say when he comes out of the 3rd round. He is a guy that you would be like, okay, he could potentially start, worse be a backup. And I still think he has that. He's just a little shorter, and that's the issue. I like him a lot. He's a very, very accurate quarterback. He's a guy with a ton of experience. He's played literally at 3 schools, guys. Dylan Gabriel. That's a good pick for the Browns. I'm telling you right now. He is going to shock some people, I think, and be an actual starter of this league. And I'm not sure for how long. I'm not sure how good he's going to be at it. He's going to get a chance to start in this league at some point. I'm telling you right now that. Mark my words. Write it down. If I'm wrong, feel free to just, flip out of me. But I'm telling you right now, I have a lot of positive vibes in this kid. When we scouted players towards the end of the regular season for the quarterback position, this was a kid I looked at and said, this is a guy who I like watching his film. This is a guy that I think can really do something. Like I said, I really like the pick. I really do. The Cleveland Browns got themselves a quarterback that, again, I don't think he's going to be an all-pro or anything crazy like that. I think he's a guy that is potentially going to start for a little while in this league. He's probably going to be like that tweener quarterback. Part of his career as a backup, part of his career as a starter. But that's a solid quarterback that a lot of people I know are not as high on him as me. But this is a kid that I'm telling you right now. Put some pads at the bottom of his shoes or something. Get us some high heels or something. I don't know what you got to do, man. Get some platform shoes on him. Have him borrow a pair of boots from Gene Simmons. He's going to be a good player if he gets the right coach that believes in him and gives him a chance. I firmly believe that. So, all right. We got next up pick, guys. Next up pick is the New England Patriots, pick originally from the Kansas City Chiefs here. Jared Wilson, center out of Georgia. Probably the best pure center in this draft here. In fact, I'd say it's probably a pretty safe bet to say that. We did our centers. We only did 5 centers, guys, this year because there really wasn't that many. Usually we do 10 centers. So that just tells you like how low the baseline was here. 6'3", 310 pounds, 21 years old, so still very young. 79.6 PFF grade, guys. Second team All SEC. Played in 34 games in his 4-year career there. Only year as a starter was this year. And again, most schools, that's a big thing. Like, okay, why didn't he get a chance to start? But at Georgia, that's not a huge issue there, I feel like, because your backup sometimes could be drafted at that from a school like that. Yeah, that's a solid pick for the Patriots at this point. I like the pick for him. Eagles are officially on the clock, guys. Would they take Shedeur Sanders? Everybody would have asked that now. Would they take Shedeur Sanders? But I got Falcons coming up now. What's going on here? Must be a trade of some kind that my draft board is not getting me here. So Falcons are coming up to make the pick. Let's see. Eagles traded this 96 pick to the Falcons. And Xavier Watts out of Notre Dame. I like the pick. They had a lot of issues on defense last year, the Falcons. This kid, if he can stay healthy, he is a guy that has that nose for the ball. He is that guy that comes up with big plays. The health is the big issue right now. So listen, if you can get a safety that can make some big plays in the back end of that center field kind of position like that, and you can get a guy this late, practically the 4th round, not too bad. Not too bad at all. And look at what they're doing here. Xavier Watts to go with Pierce and Walker. Like, they are determined to build up this defense here. Absolutely determined to do that. So I'm glad they recognize it. 7 interceptions, guys, as a junior he had. It's an absolute ball hawk. I like the move for him. I really do. We're getting to the point of moves now where people kind of calm down doing crazy stuff there. They're getting the people that legitimate should be drafted at this kind of time frame here. So, all right, we got, let's see here. Is it saying the Texans now on the clock? Yep, Texans on the clock. Let's see who we got. Oh, they're still talking and talking and talking. Guys, make your pick already. Make your pick. Houston Texans taking Jalen Smith, defensive back out of USC. All right. It's not as good as the previous pick, that's for sure. All right. So let me find the list here. Get off this Wikipedia page here because they're not updating the trades well enough. So we got next 4 picks: Raiders, 49ers, and Eagles. And then you got one last pick. I see you only have 5 more picks to go as Rob is once again waiting for me in the background. You didn't text me.
You don't pay attention to my text anyway.
Your phone, my phone, I do. Did you see what happened while you were gone?
I saw the Texans pick was in.
The Browns took Dylan Gabriel, quarterback out of Oregon. Another quarterback gone with not Shedeur Sanders, guys.
My God. We joked about it earlier. The Browns take Gabriel. Imagine Gian goes, "You do not draft my son." Meanwhile, in the 3rd round, they wanted to draft their son, but Deion said no.
So I'm just saying, you still got Will Howard, Quinn Ewers, and Kyle McCord that people could take like around this time frame or beginning of tomorrow. How many other quarter? Can you imagine Will Howard being picked before Shedeur Sanders?
This is crazy.
Oh
It's
my god!
nuts.
This. Like, did he like piss on everybody during the interviews? Like, this is beyond not studying. Like, seriously. Like, did he R. Kelly the interviews up? Like, what happened here?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is like the NFL like, taking a stance of like saying like, "Hey, we get it. You're the best player at your position, and your son is a good football player, but he's not the best. That's going to change the
I don't know.
position."
I feel like there's got to be something major out there now. Like yesterday, I was like, okay, he didn't do good in the interviews. I get it.
Yeah,
There's got to be major. Like when this story breaks of what really caused this decline.
is there an injury we don't know about? Like
that's what I was saying. I said, is there an injury? Is there an allegation we're not aware of? Like something like that. But
I mean,
it's
he's
got to
like
be beyond the
Shedeur
interview.
seems like I was about to say like Shedeur seems like his head on his shoulders. Like
he seems like he's not the kid that's into getting that kind of trouble. He definitely does. But again, I don't know him personally. Who knows?
yeah,
I just literally have somebody who every single person expected him to go in the first round. Basically, all of a sudden you hear whispers of him maybe dropping to the second round. Yes, like a couple days before the draft. Now we're leaving the third round, and he's still sitting there. Like,
crazy.
God damn. That's insanity.
This is Will Levis all over again. And
look at this.
There's no
Geno Jeremiah
there's
had
no
20th
Mayo
ranked
and
overall.
there's no ACL.
20th ranked overall. It's bad. It's bad.
Raiders.
I wonder, does Travis Hunter start telling the Jaguars to draft him just to save face? The Raiders got 2 picks back to back, guys. Is this the move? Or like, if you're the Raiders and you plan on taking Shedeur Sanders here, do you take him with your second pick just to be a dick?
I mean,
oh my god!
At that point, like
I said, I get the Raiders. I could see this. I really can. Like you,
and imagine them saying like, "We got Shedeur in the 4th round." Or the 3rd round.
Barely the 3rd round. Almost the 4th.
Yeah.
Shedeur for sure. Here we go. Let's see. I've never seen a collapse like this. Again, Laurel Collins is the one guy, but like that was a crazy weird circumstance with the literally being wanting to be questioned for murder. If I remember correctly, I didn't look it up to verify, but I remember correctly, there was something along those lines. And he was an offensive lineman. You're talking a quarterback. Wow. Insane.
At this point, it doesn't matter. Like if you go fucking around, like the Giants just take him.
Oh my god, Wisniewski needs to stop making picks for the Raiders. They've had like 5 picks today, and he just won't shut up. I get it. Stop. Okay, here we go. Oh my god. Caleb Rogers, guard out of Texas Tech. Oh my god. I gotta think they're not going to take him with the second pick then. Like I said, it'd be a dick move for them to go ahead and not take him with the first pick that they get, because now it continues the conversation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, wow. Like, I don't think anybody's going, why is Caleb Rogers not gone yet? Like, oh my god. This is insanity. Like maybe he will go to the
Bonkers.
UFL.
Bonkers.
When does he get drafted by the CFL? When is that?
It's the 8th round.
Oh my god. This is here you go, quarterback selected. So you got Cam Ward, Jaxson Dart, Tyler Show, Jalen Milroe, Dylan Gabriel. 5 quarterbacks taken before Shedeur Sanders. Listen, anybody giving the Giants poop for not taking him in the first round, I think you got to retreat that at this point.
Yeah.
You really got to. Steve Wisniewski's out there again. Let's see what he's doing. Here we go.
At this point,
He needs to stop talking.
Yeah. Pick is in. Yeah.
Charles Grant, offensive tackle. This is the kid from William and Mary. Very, very small school here, guys, obviously. Very raw guy. This is a guy that you're going to put in as a swing tackle, try to develop him into a future starter. So they go back-to-back on the offensive line there. Caleb Rogers is going to probably play guard. He was a tackle at Texas Tech. Now, like I said, getting another backup, guy that William and Mary. Like I said, I can't remember us ever William and Mary being a guy like. Let's go ahead and take a look at William and Mary. They got some great players there. Now they're showing the wrestling tape of him as a senior in high school. I don't know what it is with the wrestling tape lately. They're just like, well, everybody's bored of watching offensive lineman film. Here's some wrestling tape.
If he really knows how to take down a guy.
Yeah.
Oh, hey.
That's quite the singlet. Like, hell.
It's a nice singlet.
Like, at least bring John Cena back to explain what's going on the screen. Oh, my God. So, San Francisco, I'm going to throw this out to you guys. San Francisco's on the clock. We know what's going on with negotiation with Brock Purdy. Do the Niners go, you know what? We can't afford to pay Brock Purdy and key players, apparently. Let's just go get Shedeur Sanders.
As the Shedeur clock is on.
Somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to see the value in this kid.
I mean,
oh my God.
There's 2 minutes on the clock left. But Niners. That might be the possibility. They might be like, listen, we want to go with the guard over here. We want to go like a cornerback, but we might have Brock Purdy's replacement.
Oh my God.
Let's go. Because someone will pay him.
Honestly, if I'm them, because of the issues they've had with the wide receiver room, they lost Debo. They've had issues elsewhere at that point, obviously. Jalen Royals is still sitting there. Not the same kind of player, obviously. He's a little more average size. I'm going to say smaller, but average size, not the Debo kind of player. But they probably could use some help with the wide receiver room.
Probably. But the Niners pick is in. It's official. It is in.
Let's see.
The TV is at commercial break, but the pick is in. Oh, it is so far in.
The pick
you can't feel it.
So far in, you say, wow. Taking that to the level.
Hey-o.
Oh, my gosh. Let's see. By the way, 29 minutes ago, Abdul Carter tweeted out, the worst thing he could say was no. My stance doesn't change. LT is the GOAT. Nothing but respect. It's just going to make me work even harder. Love it. So I'm guessing he actually did ask for LT for their
that respect.
He did, and on top of that, he was the first guy to go out and say Jaxson Dart LFG when we drafted him too.
Yeah.
So I got no problem with this.
Yeah, so I'm saying, like, respect.
Yeah.
Because I definitely knew like this morning when he was like, "Let's go dart." Give him respect.
I feel like you wouldn't ask Tom Brady to unretire his number, right? I'm assuming the Patriots retired it by now. I know he had like a Ring of Honor thing.
You would have to imagine.
Like, that's the equivalent as far as I'm concerned. It's the greatest defensive player to ever play the game. You don't wear his goddamn uniform number.
Yeah, I would doubt.
Oh, here we go. Lawrence Taylor talking about it. He said, "Get out of the number. I don't care if it's 00, and then make it famous." That's what Lawrence Taylor said to him. Not necessarily to him, but like about the suggestion. That's Ooh, LT. Be a little harsh. All right, the pick is in for the San Francisco 49ers here, and guys, it's not Shedeur Sanders.
It's his brother.
Upton Stout is the player. Western Kentucky cornerback. Another small school guy. William & Mary, then Western Kentucky. Who would have thought that's how we'd be doing the end of this show today? I guess East Texas Christian Polytech University of Abilene wasn't having a good player.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Another team, 4 players they've drafted, all on defense.
I mean, look at the teams. So look at the like obviously, San Francisco is a very heavy defensive team.
I get it. They've lost a lot of players on defense.
They lost
players on offense.
But they're known for their defense. They're
I get. I'm just saying. Okay, let's see who we got here. Atlanta Falcons.
Eagles are on the clock.
Oh, that's right. That was the trade. Stupid Wikipedia doesn't update very well. Like 5 pages open on my screen.
Eagles got 4 minutes. The Eagles.
Nope. Eagles made a trade. The Broncos.
Yep.
Ooh. They took, let's see here.
They got 4 minutes and 40 seconds. 3 minutes.
Savion Jones, edge at LSU.
Damn, that's fast.
I guess the Broncos really need that guy that had 4 sacks last year.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I don't get it when you trade for people like that. I just don't. And like, he went to LSU. It's not like he went to a school that you can say maybe the coaching was the issue. Like, LSU produces top talent year in, year out. Should have taken Shedeur.
You guys are all a bunch of dummies.
Oh my God, it's bad. It's bad. One more pick, guys. It's the Vikings. And of course, we have to ask the question: would the Vikings take Shedeur Sanders?
Probably not.
I don't think they have a single backup quarterback yet. Let's take a look. Vikings depth chart.
That'd be interesting. Oh.
I'm just saying, like, you got a guy coming back from injury. Mega injury, by the way.
Mega.
Yeah. Oh, they got Brett Ripien. They do have him, but he sucks. No offense, Brett.
Exactly. Who?
Remember him? He's played 10 games in 3 years. He's really not good. By the way, he's 21 career rushing yards, on 950 passing yards in 4 seasons. Just saying. All right, here we go. The last pick
is in.
The Mr. Irrelevant in this day. Shedeur Sanders, come on, let's go. Let's go.
Let's go.
They literally brought in a guy who's been drafted back in 1970. Think about it. Like, It was 12 years before I was born, and I'm old.
You're super old, Drew.
I am. I admit it freely. Here we go.
Although,
Nope. Hey, Felton. Wide receiver, Maryland. Shador Sanders. Oh, my God. Insanity.
falling to day 3.
I can't believe it, guys. I really
This
can't.
is
Shador Sanders goes to day 3. Oh, my God. I can't. Like, I can't ever think of a drop like this.
this is like
So I'm saying, like, I have never.
I get drops, I get things going on, but like,
Wow.
you talk about like number 1 overall to day 3.
Now,
There's no controversy. Like,
yeah. Now, real quick, guys, before we get going, I do want to look real quick at who we got available. The Giants are picking 3rd tomorrow. So we have the 3rd pick in the 4th round. No, it's not going to be Shador Sanders. Let me get that right off the bat. No, it's not going to be Shador Sanders.
Are you sure about that?
That ship has sailed.
Are you sure about that?
I'm 100% sure.
Are you sure about that?
100% sure. Yes. So, running back is a position need. You got Cam Scatabo still, Dylan Sampson, Devin Neal, Damian Martinez. I know it's the guy some people like. Tootin, this guy who's a combine warrior in Virginia Tech. Travis Etienne's brother, Trevor Etienne, out of Georgia, still there. Jarquez Hunter is a guy we liked a lot. Excelled at the SEC, but for some reason, nobody else likes him. Taj Brooks. There's a lot of good running backs. We're going to get one tomorrow. And I don't know. I don't think 4 is where we do it. I don't think that's
5 or 6.
Yeah, I think later on. I'm going to throw out a guy that I want us to draft if he's still swimming there. Marcus Mbow. Purdue guy is going to be, he was a guard. He's going to probably have to move into tackle. I'm sorry, reverse. Sorry. He was a tackle, could have to move into guard. It's been, listen, we're 4.5 hours in, guys. Started 18 games at right tackle over the last 2 seasons. Again, he's got shorter arms. He's probably going to have to move into guard. But he's got the agility to do like screens and pulls and that kind of stuff. I think he's a guy that you put in on the bench for a year. You see what happens overall. Again, we got Greg Van Roten coming back right now at guard. Maybe he's a guy that steps in. And if JMS has a bad season, Van Roten moves over to center. Mbow goes into guard now. I'm just trying to prevent Josh Azudu from having to appear again.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like every time a Josh Azudu appears, an angel loses his wings. Like, it's just bad things happen, guys. You know, if you want to look as far as otherwise, we talked about also double dipping at the defensive tackle position. And I don't think that's crazy at all, guys. We need a lot of help at the defensive tackle position. Joshua Farmer, I don't like. He is still there. You know, Deion Walker, a guy from Kentucky, I wouldn't mind having him. I know some people are like Peebles from Virginia Tech. So there's options of that, you know, that abilities as well. I think edge is probably out the window at this point here because we got, you know, obviously Abdul Carter. So we're already 4 deep and really good players and that, you know, range there. I still wouldn't be shocked at all as a corner. Zy Alexander at LSU is a guy I think could be interesting. I think Denzel Burke, who I don't think would ever be a good starting corner. I think he'd be a good guy, nickel secondary kind of guy. And again, we're talking about round 4 here now, guys. These are guys we need to have as being amazing players, you know? Exactly. You know, so, you know, I think we'll probably eventually also get a safety. If Malachi Moore is available later on in the day, I wouldn't mind him. I think that'd be a good option because I think he can help a big time on coverage on, you know, the nickel dime positions there. So yeah, like I said, I don't know if guard is where they want to go. Marcus Mbow is the guy. I'm telling you right now. I think is the guy we should take though. Build the trenches. Build the trenches. So, oh my God, NFL Network's literally showing Shedeur Sanders' tweet now. It's not nice to him. We're doing it too, so I can't really talk.
Gotta say,
we didn't put it up on the screen though. Oh my God. Let's see. I'm curious now. Anything else from Shedeur Sanders before we go? Oh, hold on. Shiloh came up here already. Nope. He's kept quiet. He's kept quiet. I mean, nobody expect him to go, obviously. This isn't a Shedeur situation. That's like the oh my God. Yeah, he hasn't tweeted since then. That's it. But the first thing back, and this is why I always give this guy credit. I do think he's a good guy. Robert Griffin III saying, "God's got you." I'm very glad to see people stick up for him because I really do feel bad for the kid right now. And don't get me wrong, by everything you read, it's his own doing. Like, I'm not trying to take that away from the whole scenario, but yeah, it's not a fun scenario.
No, not at all.
Yeah. So, all righty, guys. Any final thoughts before you go? We want to go, Rob? Had to crash.
I mean, I have to say, like, at the end of the day, like, today, like, was a long day for us. But this is probably one of the best drafts I could say prematurely that I feel confident about in a long time.
Yeah.
So, like, you feel confident about this pick, that pick, but listen, we picked up a great defensive, player and Abdul Carter, and hopefully the quarterback of the future, because that's what people are saying. I feel confident going forward.
Yeah.
And especially like with this regime, it was hard to say that the first couple picks, but like it's been a lot better. I don't know. I feel good going into the next season.
Yeah. I mean, I think this defense, like, I know people don't like Bowen. There's a lot of Giant fans that don't like Bowen. This is a force to be reckoned with kind of defense here, guys. Point blank. So I think this has got the makings of either being a huge disappointment or an excellent defense. And I hate to put it out there saying that like that way, but let's be honest. Until they're on the field, they work together, you have no clue what you got.
Yeah.
We talk about boom or bust with prospects. This is boom or bust defense.
Yeah.
So, but now, guys, remember, we're not going to be on live tomorrow. We're purposely waiting till Sunday to do our show for the recap of day 3. So if you haven't already, hit that like, hit that subscribe, hit the share button, tell a friend about the show. We'll be back Sunday, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time there to go ahead and do our roundup of all the new picks here for day 3 coming up tomorrow, as well as also our recap of the draft as a whole for the Giants specifically. With that, then, we'll be going back on Wednesday. We'll be skipping Monday's show, unless barring anything crazy, and we'll be going ahead and doing a recap of all the other NFC East teams there. Again, barring anything crazy news-wise. We'll see what happens there. You never know. You never know. Guys, listen, we are 4.5 hours in. So, listen, I know some of y'all have been here literally from get-go to end to go here. We got almost 100 people watching us right now live as we're talking here. Appreciate you guys very much for listening.
Mucho gracias.
Yeah, again, if you haven't already, hit that like, subscribe. We do live shows every Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we do it on, of course, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Twitter/X. Oh yes.
Here's the page. Oh,
and my LinkedIn profile, because what the hell we can. We also go ahead and put our shows up later on all the audio podcast platform, Apple. Oh my god, it's been so long on the show. I'm like blah, 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 at that point.
Yeah.
Apple, iHeartRadio, Pandora, all the big ones there, guys. So again, if you like that as well, feel free to also go ahead and go on to audio as well and hit the like on that. Again, we'll see you guys on Sunday. Set your time, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we'll go ahead and, like I said, recap everything. Hoping for some more happy picks. Like I said, Marcus Mbow is the guy I'm really curious about if he's still there when the Giants pick next in a couple picks. Appreciate you guys for watching as always. And as always, Giants fans,
go G-Man! Man, let's get that drop pick, G-Man!
Thanks for listening to Two Giant Goofballs, a New York Giants podcast. We appreciate your support.
Thanks so much.
Please, I'm begging you. Please subscribe.